You are watching the Vodka stream.
Welcome, everybody. It is Friday. We made it through another week. I tell you what, this week was, I tell you, this week was crazy. This day was crazy, which I'll get into in a little bit here. My God, pretty crazy. Let's go ahead and put on some of that music right there. Let's get into the mood. Let's sip a drink if you have one. Even if it's non-alcoholic, it's fine. You know, hopefully you're relaxing right now and you want to listen to some nerdy nonsense, some me ranting on things, and some discussions that will be had tonight about a lot of things. So cheers, guys. Got my little vodka spritzer going on right now. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Let's see who is out there. What's going on? Kenneth, what's happening? Hey, Dave. Hope your Friday is going well. Very excited for both Superman and Supergirl in the DCU and what's to come. Where are we all a part of the same team? Yeah, some things were just revealed today, of course. Superman's got parents, or Supergirl's got parents, got her parents cast. And then, of course, it was, no shocker to anybody. But, hey, guess what? Supergirl is actually, according to the reports, THR and everything like that. Hey, guess what, guys? Shocker! Yeah, Supergirl is going to be in Superman. I think we all already assumed that and everything. So, what's going on, Ryan? Right there. I need to buy one. Yeah, I still need to read it. I have it like right there. I still need to read it. I know. Every time I see it, I'm like, I got to read that, and then I haven't read it yet. But it's coming soon. That's what's going to be interesting. We still need Superman's Kryptonian parents, right? I don't know if they got cast. I mean, the movie's done with, right? There hasn't been any talks about who exactly is it. I remember there was always like the joke, like Jor-El being Cable. That would be hilarious, but what's going on, Phil? Thank you for complimenting me on the thumbnail. Always great to get that feedback. See you soon. Of course, Phil will be part of the panel as per usual. J-Fizz, if we're all just multiverse friends, then make it all connect. Do it. I see it when I read that, I just think of Shia LaBeouf saying that whole "do it." I don't see. Like I said, I got some thoughts, of course, as I do when it comes to the Vox stream. What's going on, Mom? We got Mama Film Junkie here. Always great to see you, Mom. Love you. Shano, welcome to Friday. I know, right? I'm telling you. I got done with work. I literally just went, man. What's going on, Braden? Good to see you. Tony Movie Chat, a D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. That's going on. Hey, Dave Wolfman getting a lot of hate. Or even people disappointed as well. Yeah, if you guys saw my first reaction, well, I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. Because I'm going to give my full review and just kind of talk that. Comparing Daredevil and Batman is so unfair when Daredevil has teamed up with people. All right, you're getting ahead of me here, Braden. Getting ahead of me. Oh, yeah, it is happy birthday, of course, to Jim Carrey. I think he's like, 63, 64 or something like that. What's your favorite Jim Carrey movie? That's a tough one. Because, I fucking idolized that dude when I was growing up. If I had to pick, I think just the first Ace Ventura, you can never go wrong with that. And then, of course, The Mask, always a favorite. I got the mask right there, the Loki mask. Yeah, but then of course, you got Dumb and Dumber. So probably Dumb and Dumber and then Ace Ventura. I was like, oh yeah, fucking, of course, Dumb and Dumber is just, there's just something about that movie. It just never gets old. It's so goddamn quotable. Yeah. So probably I would say Dumb and Dumber. Yeah. Sadly, the sequel was just, what's going on, Music Man? Good to see you. Good to see you. What's going on, Axel? We got Lane right here. Hola. You're paid by the studio, so you should know if you're getting the Mask sequel. I know, right? I should have the in. We got Travis L right here. Happy Friday. Good to see you. We got Chris Bauga. Good evening. The Daredevil Born Again trailer got me feeling chilled about going back to Hell's Kitchen, right? Of course, Chris will be joining the panel in a little bit as well. The question, what is your take on Blake Lively? Yeah, I mean, I talked about it a little bit on Wednesday's show. I think definitely Blake Lively is not in the clear. I don't. Again, it's like hard. You're like you can't take a side with this stuff, but of course, naturally, we just always have to take a side with this stuff. But I think she and Reynolds, they probably did some little bit of shady shit. But the whole thing about Nice Pole being, they're accusing Reynolds of poking fun at Justin with Nice Pole is the stupidest thing, and I think that's hurting his case, because it's like, really, dude, you're gonna claim like someone's bullying you through a fucking $1 billion movie? Who cares? You should take that as a compliment that a $1 billion movie that everybody fucking loved that came out last year, that you got made fun of in, because that's what Deadpool does. Deadpool makes fun of everybody. I think that's the stupidest part of the whole thing. But I think Justin does have some shit. He's got receipts. Sitting on a good old brisk. Nice. We got Stephanie T. Happy Friday to you. Good to see you. Thank you last Wednesday for the DC Fanimated stream about Beware the Creeper episode. My mention of, no, you totally you knocked it out of the park right there when it came to that. We had a good time talking about that. I was like, man, I love Freakazoid. He's here to save the nation. So stay tuned to this station. If not, you'll be unemployed. Freak you, freak me. I have to watch some of that. So some stuff coming out against, honestly, you can't really take a side. Like I said, there's stupid things, and like I just thought the whole, people were just grilling Justin for the whole Nice Pole thing, because it was just such a ridiculous thing to add to the whole thing. It was so stupid, and say like, oh yeah, he was bullying Justin. It's like, yeah, do you think that Marvel Studios or Reynolds representation is going to sit him down and be like, how dare you, and be like, we're gonna pull away from you, you're toxic, or you're a bully? It's like, no, again, $1 billion movie. Absolutely ridiculous. What's going on, Jason? Good to see you, bud. We got Game City Savior. Why is everybody calling everything a reboot when it's clearly a continuation? Do you really think Blake Lively is a good person? Because I think she's fine, but made some questionable. Yeah. I'm sure she's a decent person, so. Thoughts on the WB era of TV prior to, it was fine. Before we just didn't get as much content. We didn't get as much content before. And it's crazy. We're just fed so much. We're fed so much when it comes to content now. So, and then we got Eleanor. What's going on? Happy Friday. Happy Friday into Saturday as we go. All right, guys. Well, hit that like, thumbs up. Appreciate you guys. Like I said, if you guys donate to the super chat, very much welcome. And those any questions for that. And I know sometimes, I think maybe even last week, Tony Movie D9 Blonde Camp Fan, I think I might have forgot to get to your question. I know sometimes it gets a little crazy when it comes to the panel, but I'll do my best to make sure I get to any donation questions that happen during the panel, and then of course during the first portion of the Vodka stream as well. Those will always be answered first, and much appreciated when you guys do that. It always helps out the pirate ship. So, all right. Well, I'm going to talk about Wolfman first. That's right, Wolfman. Now, my opinion on the movie has not changed. If anything, I appreciate it more. That's right. I appreciate it more, and I even saw a dumb tweet from somebody who... I was like, I almost wanted to respond, and I'm like, no, don't do it. Don't do it, Dave. Don't do it. It's somebody who also has a YouTube channel that just saw the movie and basically was just saying like, and I was like going, all right, what are we doing here? Did we not pay attention? Did we not pay attention to what's going on when it comes to what Lee Whannell is doing when it comes to these classic Universal monster characters? I went and saw the movie, and if you guys saw my first reaction, I basically was like, I don't know what people were expecting. This was a modernized version of this character. And then when I got home, I uploaded my first reaction, and then I put on The Invisible Man, which of course Lee Whannell made prior to this. And I'm just kind of going like, yeah, was this anything like the original version of The Invisible Man? No, it's about a freaking narcissistic, manipulative, toxic billionaire tech dude who made a suit and wanted to hold a power on someone. And it's a very good movie. Now, mind you, yes, The Invisible Man is a better movie. Sure, it is a better movie. Yes. But at the same time, it kind of made me appreciate the fact that Lee Whannell decided to be like, all right, well, I'm going to do a smaller movie, which is very small. Apparently, the reported budget for Wolfman was like $25 million. And, you know, we'll see what happens when it comes to the box office. But, you know, Blumhouse and Universal doing the smart thing of like, let's make a low budget movie. But, you know, when I'm watching it, I'm like especially when I saw that tweet from somebody and they were saying like, oh yeah, you had like 80, 90 years of Wolfman lore, and you do that, and I'm going, what? Wolfman lore? Wolfman lore. I mean, what's the lore of the Wolfman besides full moon? You get hairy and you transform, and then you get killed by a silver bullet. And you go, ow, and you do that. It's like, yeah, something needed to be changed. Hey, there is a movie that came out in like 2010 with Benicio del Toro and Anthony Hopkins that is very much in the vein of the Wolfman, the classic Wolfman. That is very good. Go watch that. I think that's from what's his name, right? Who directed Captain America? I think it's from him, Johnston, if I'm not mistaken. That's a very good Wolfman, traditional Wolfman movie. Go ahead and watch that. But if you want to modernize it, like what Lee Whannell is doing, like he did with The Invisible Man, here we go. We got this thing where it's more of like a virus kind of thing. And yes, it didn't have, because I one of the things I love about Lee Whannell is like anything that he's written or even written and directed is, you know, he kind of is like a rock and roll, maybe like a hard rock version of M. Night Shyamalan, where you know you're going to get some kind of twist and it's going to be like, whoa, you're going to get your balls blown off when it comes to that. And there wasn't that big of, there is a twist that happens in the movie. I'm not going to give any spoilers or anything because, you know, we're not going to have like a discussion on Wolfman tonight, but I would say that there is a little bit of a twist that happens. And I went, oh yeah. And it's kind of like, oh, that should have been obvious. I just didn't think about it. But to be honest, like it's about family. It's about a man, the father, Blake. He, you know, the way that I think there could have been a little bit more when it came to, because they do, like when the movie opens up, you see him as a kid with his father, and you can tell his father's a real hard ass on him. They could have probably maybe emphasized that just a little bit more, sure. But, you know, it just kind of shows that he's a little, you know, he's a little damaged, a little traumatized, you know, when it comes to growing up with just his father. And then when he gets back out to the mountains, and then of course shit goes down, and then you know, obviously shit really goes down. But I mean, to be honest, like the way that the movie ends, I mean, it's kind of sad. Like there's like a sadness to it. Because it really emphasizes this family dynamic, and it's not even like a perfect family too. So I don't know. Like I said, I would say give it a chance, but just don't expect it to be like oh my God, there's a full moon, I'm getting all itchy and then the transformation is slow when it comes to him because he's got infected by something. And I'm like, that's a different and unique way of telling this kind of story. And it's not going to be like, you know, you're not going to see him on a fucking cliff overlooking a horizon with a full moon behind him, and he's going ooh with only wearing like standing up all furry looking like a wolf wearing just jeans. All right, it's not going to be that. Okay, I thought that was going to be obvious, and that's what I'm like. So like going, what'd you guys expect? And I will say, I mean, I was a little nervous going in when I was seeing like the negative feedback. I was going, oh shit, maybe this is not going to be something. And maybe that helped me. Where it was like, I went in with even like a lower expectation. So then I kind of walked out like, hey, that was good to me. I liked it. Yeah. You know, there could have been some things that could have been fleshed out a little bit more. But I'm telling you, there's like the sound design was great, the cinematography was great, the camera work and everything. But and there's a thing you kind of see it in the trailer too, where they do, I call it Wolvie point of view, where like he moves the camera and he transitions into what Blake, the main dude, as he's like starting to transition into the animal within. You get like his point of view and how he sees things and hears things. It was really cool. It was a really cool effect. So no, I say I'm good with that. I'm good with that. That's all. So cheers to Lee One All. We'll see what happens with this movie. So anyways, all right. So first off, you know what happened to me today, guys? Before I get into another ranty little thing, you know what happened to me today, guys? Crazy thing happened. So I had a crazy morning, that's for sure. So first off, I wake up at like 3:00 in the morning, which, wasn't too bad. Sometimes that happens. I went to bed at a, pretty reasonable hour. So I got some pretty good sleep. So I was like, crap. It sucks when that always happens. So then, of course, I drifted back off to sleep because normally I wake up at like 5 in the morning. And so I go back into, I drift back off. And then, of course, I have this weird dream. It's a total weird dream. And I think like maybe watching Wolfman helped with this, because I was like at some kind of get together thing that was happening. There was a lot of dogs there, and they, the dogs were friendly, but they were nippy. And one of them nipped on my finger and ripped the fingernail off. So naturally I'm like freaking out. It was like a weird dream. So I'm already like, my alarm goes off and I'm waking up going, okay, I'm good. I got all my fingernails. I'm good. Jesus Christ. I'm like, where did that come from? It's so weird. And of course the party was weird. It's like, how it is when you have dreams. It's in a weird place. You don't know where you're at. You have friends that you have people that you don't know. It's all weird. Anyways, so then I wake up, and then of course, naturally, what do we do? My alarm goes off, and then I look at my phone and I see I got an email. I have an email that has my name and says, the town I live in. And I'm going, okay, what the hell is this? And I open it up, and there's like a PDF, and I view the PDF, do a preview. And I don't know if you guys have heard about these. And if you haven't, watch out, because I'm just saying, I got an extortion scam email. That's right. An extortion scam email. So basically, this message said that, hey, you stumbled a bit. First off, it had my name, my phone number, and my address on it, which was weird. But at the same time, you could get that pretty easily. And the whole message basically said that, and the message was saying that, oh yeah, when you were looking at some of those girly sites, you clicked on something, and I was able to get access to your computer from remote, and I was able to access your camera, your mic, and all your information. I was able to dig into your personal life, and blah 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 blah. And then of course it said this whole thing like, hey, and if if you don't send on this little payment that I want, I'm going to send a bad video out to all your contacts. And it was just kind of like, what the? I mean, I literally went, what the? I was like, you're just waking up. You're going, wait, what the hell? And one of the first thoughts I had was like, wait a minute, wasn't there a Black Mirror episode about this? And there was a Black Mirror episode that was on, I think it was the last season, when it had something like that. And I immediately go like, wait a minute. When it comes to my computer, I leave that kind of stuff off the main computer. That's always one of the things that I always told myself, hey, if I'm ever going to look at some of, anything like that, I'm going to leave it off the main computer. Main computer. So then I'm like, I read on, and then of course they want a payment in Bitcoin. And I went, red flag. There you go. Payment in Bitcoin. Yeah, it's not traceable. And if they know something, oh, okay. And then of course there's no mention of me, doing this, YouTuber or something like that. So I was like, oh yeah, this has got to be. But at first I was like, wait a minute, what the hell? Like, what is this? This can't be real. And I keep thinking of that Black Mirror episode. And then of course I type in on in Google search. I'm like, And sure enough, oh yeah, it's just a whole scam. So if you ever see something like that, because again, had my name, had my address, and my phone number, which of course is easy to get, it's public information, essentially. If you ever see something like that and they want a payment in Bitcoin, it's a scam. Do not even think about that. Do not even think about doing anything like that. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, the reason why they wanted a Bitcoin because it's untraceable. So yeah, it was just kind of like, wow. But it was just so like, imagine just waking up from a weird dream and you're already just kind of like, ugh, and you read that first thing in the morning. It was like the craziest thing. But I just started laughing. I'm like, okay. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. So if you ever get something like that, it's just a random email and there's a PDF and it has this big long message and they claim that they have a juicy video on you or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, like I said, this desktop ain't for looking at the cornos. So that was just weird. And then of course I get, a friend of mine, friend sends as I'm telling him about, I told him about it. And then he sends me this thread on Twitter that has to do with AI and COVID. And I'm just going, dude, fuck, man. I haven't even had my coffee yet. I had a weird goddamn dream where a dog ripped a fingernail off at a weird party. I wake up to this weird scam email, and then you're sending me a thread that is talking about AI and COVID. I'm like, it's just, I'm like, it's been a crazy day. It's been a crazy day. So yeah, no, the untraceable part is just because of it's just it doesn't link. I think it's just because it doesn't link to you can have it not linked to like your actual self, your identity. It's all like digital wallets and stuff like that. Music Man, that's what it is. So, anyways, but yeah. So if you ever see something like that, delete it, ignore it. If you want to report it. But yeah. Don't ever, don't think that somebody has something on you or something like that. It was like, yeah. So that's how my day started. And then, of course, work's been kind of kicking my ass because of what, just projects I'm working on with my work. But, it's still fine. It's nothing wrong with that. It's just a lot of brain power. So my brain's kind of exhausted, kind of mushy. But all right. So one of the things I wanted to talk about. Got it. Okay. I got to take a drink. Got to take a drink before I start getting into this. And fitting that I'm drinking out of the Batman glass that I got from the Warner Brothers store, because it has to do with the Batman, of course, joining the DCU, because it keeps being a part of the conversation, and it got reinvigorated again this week because of the Daredevil trailer showing up on Wednesday. And I saw a lot of scrolling through Twitter and everything, and people are now adding to the argument that, hey, if Daredevil, this grounded Daredevil can be part of a universe that has a talking raccoon, an Incredible Hulk, a Thanos, a talking tree that says one thing, the Batman can be in a universe that has a Superman and a Green Lantern and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Grounded, sure, because we always talk about the Batman's grounded. Can you imagine the Superman, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right, fine. Maybe you have something a little bit right there where it's like, okay, it doesn't need it. There's very well could be something supernatural and blah 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 that happens in the Matt Reeves universe, sure, but at the same time, so this argument, it already falls flat for me. Okay, you guys know where I stand. I do not want Pattinson to join the DCU. I want Matt Reeves to finish his story and everything like that. Okay, so first off, when you're comparing Daredevil to the Batman, first off, I think that Daredevil kind of has a superpower. First off, I mean, it might not be like a superpower, but it is kind of a superpower, right? He goes blind with some chemicals, and he's got all his other, he's got like a sonar thing, and he's a little heightened. Things are heightened for him. So a slight little superpower, maybe. Yeah, but sure, they did a great job about grounding Daredevil. You know, making it more grounding and grittier. All right. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know if these people remember that I think, at least for me, and I think for some people out there, I think we already assumed that he was still in the MCU, even though he was part of Netflix, because in season 1, they literally talk about the events that happened in the Avengers. And they talk about the Avengers. They just don't name them at all. You know, they say the big green guy or the guy in the Star Spangled Banner outfit or something like that. And you see like a poster, you know, like the Daily Bugle talking about it, like, oh yeah, the event in New York. So I already was like, yeah, I already thought it was kind of in the MCU. And then of course, hey, guess what? He did team up with a couple of other, some other people called the Defenders that do have fucking superpowers. So that whole argument about that, it's like Batman still does not have a superpower. Okay. So we can't, so that part of the argument, you can't really, it just does not really work. And then the next thing about thinking about this is like, all right, so if Pattinson does join the DCU, something's got to be retcon then. Something's going to have to be retcon. Is it going to be Matt Reeves or is it going to be James Gunn? Which is going to be retcon? Because Matt Reeves has already established, okay, this is like a year 2 Batman. It's a young Batman. Of course, it's not year 1, it's year 2. He's obsessed with being Batman, does not know how to be Bruce Wayne yet. Okay, so if you're gonna put him in DCU, what are we gonna retcon Matt Reeves Batman and just kind of just jump him into this universe where he's already an established Batman, he's already Bruce Wayne, he's got the Bat family, he's had numerous Robins, he's got Damian and all the fucking villains? I mean, are we just gonna just totally just do that where he just has a big, huge time jump? And I know, I get it. It's taken Matt Reeves longer than we would want for him to do the Batman Part 2, but I know he wants to really delve into the character of Bruce Wayne in Batman Part 2, which I'm looking forward to seeing for sure, because I thought that's what I liked about the first Batman movie, was the fact that he didn't know how to be Bruce Wayne yet. So let's see him try to be Bruce Wayne and be that character. Okay, so if we do that, then we just retcon Matt Reeves, or do we retcon what James Gunn has already established? Because he has already established certain things, specifically when it came to the Batman cameo in Creature Commandos. I mean, Phosphorus basically let it be known that it was like 15 years prior to present day. So we already have like a 15-year Batman, and we're just going to be like, that's Pattinson. Oh, that's Pattinson. I just totally spilled my drink right now. So there goes that. I just bumped it with my elbow. So like I said, today it's just been crazy. So Jesus Christ. My leg is a little wet. That's how crazy. That's how much I'm getting into this whole thing right here. No, but I'm just saying, like, so are we just going to retcon that? Or are we going to, like, make it where now the DCU Batman is a very young Batman? Like, it's a young Superman? And, like, so what are we going to do? It's like one of these two, you're going to have to retcon something. I don't know. That's what I'm just kind of going, like, it's just, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Like, I get it. It's fine that people are, like, okay with it, sure. But when you're using the comparison to Daredevil, it just falls flat. Because Daredevil is kind of a superhuman in a sense, and he's worked already with superhuman characters. And again, season 1 of Daredevil already established that he's very much in the MCU. So, yeah, there you go. Let it go! Let it go, guys. Let it go. Can't believe I did that. Luckily, I didn't spill it on anything electronic, but my elbow just went right into that. Didn't hit the plug. That would suck. Luckily, I'm wearing board shorts. My God. There's a little bit left. All right, hold on. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to go ahead and refill this since I spilled it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's only vodka and freaking soda water, so. All right, I'm back. There we go. I tell you what, it's the kind of day I'm having. It's a crazy day. Let me just knocking over drinks and shit. Anyways. All right, so there you go. That's all I wanted to really say when it came to that. Let's see. What are you guys talking about here? Let's see. Blake, you're talking about... let's see. Since James Gunn is not doing Soup's origin again, maybe we'll first see Jor-El and Lara and Supergirl through Carl. Yeah, could be something like that. But yeah, we did get our Zor-El and Laura, and I don't know. I don't really know the one who's playing Allura. Don't really know her. Her name is Emily Beecham. Apparently, she was in a show called Badlands that a lot of people talked about. But I do know David Krumholtz. You know, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Bernard from the Santa Claus. Bernard from the Santa Claus is Kara's father. That's an interesting choice. Very interesting choice. So, yeah. And apparently that was... that's been cast for a while. You can kind of tell that that they've been holding on to that casting for a bit, because just the way the article was written, you could tell the article was written a while ago, and they didn't know exactly when they were going to post it, because it says like Supergirl is going to begin filming this winter, and the fact that we're already in winter just kind of shows you it's like, okay, it's like, yeah, they wrote this in the fall most likely. So I was like, that was like my first, when I read that, I went, oh yeah, that's an indication that this has been, this casting has been, they've been cast for a bit. I think everybody in Supergirl has been cast for a bit. I mean, that's just what happens when it comes to movies. Anytime you hear like, oh, so-and-so has been cast in a movie, and you're like, wait a minute, I thought that was already in production. It's like, yeah, because they choose when to release that information. Of course, all the casting is happening. I mean, they're filming Supergirl right now. So everybody who's going to be in the movie is cast. But we still, we might not know certain ones. Hunter, what's happening? My week was, it was pretty interesting. Pretty long and everything. But my day has been crazy. That's for damn sure. What's going on, Cortez? We got Rabid for Rachel. Pattinson versus Devil Cox. Would be so even. Could be, yeah. Could be. Dave, I'm seeing Wolfman Tuesday and rewatching Hollow Man in 2020. Invisible Man. Wolfman better be good. Well, it's up to you if you think it's good. I'm just like, I liked it. I enjoyed it. It's not as good as Invisible Man, but hey, I still enjoyed it. I still liked it. Fabian, need Batfleck movie, please. Well, I'm not the one to ask that. I mean, Ben Affleck, he's had a rough go at it recently. Fabian, he's divorce. He lost his house in the fire. I don't know if he's even thinking about a Batman movie at this time. Just my guess. Just my guess. Travis L., you're giving certain fandoms too much logic to instill, Dave. Yeah, sometimes I do that. Yeah. And then, of course, yeah, you guys talking about my weird scam thing that got sent to me. What's going on, Jade? Good to see you. Isn't Bitcoin... Oh, yeah, I already answered that. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Everybody's like, now you keep that on your phone. You keep it off the desktop. I'm just saying. I kind of made that like a rule. Like, hey, yeah, you got to keep that on the phone. Punisher deserves a movie. I'm glad that Mr. John Bernthal is coming back. Of course, we'll be talking about that for sure. First, I wanted Pattinson verse to merge, but now I don't. Yeah, it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit for me. I want another Batman. I mean, I more Batman the merrier. That's why I was like, after watching see, the thing that I took away from watching the Daredevil trailer and seeing all the hype for it, what I said on Wednesday's Film Junkie Live is just make Brave and Bold a series as opposed to a movie. That way you could just flesh things out and you could have this established Batman world that you could really explore with, like, you know, I would want it to be like 14 episodes like Daredevil is supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be like 14 episodes. Make it, I mean, it's Batman, for fuck's sake. Just fucking make it like 14, 15 episodes. You could have a lot of fun. A lot of villains could show up. You could really build out that universe. And in the fact that he's already established Batman, so you have like all this stuff that you could just cover, and it could be like Batman the Animated Series, but in live action. Why not? But they're too afraid. They're too afraid to do a Batman-centric, except for Gotham, of course. Gotham was kind of, you know, not really, though. It was more villains, I thought. But I'm just saying, doing an authentic Batman-centric show seems like they're too afraid to do that. Maybe not. That's why I'm like, Jimmy Guns, why don't you just do that? Yeah, I know. That would be him on steroids. My God. Wolfman type of... Oh, yeah. Is there a full moon today? Yeah. I know there's supposed to be that. What's going on, Taladia Plays? Thank you for being a member. My day has been crazy. If you if you go back to that. If you go back to what I was talking about, how my day started. Fuck. So, Into the Badlands, AMC. If you watch that show, at Homeboy was number one produced. Ridley. Oh, yeah. I mean, I heard good things about it, so. Been drawing all week. Good. Keep on working. We'll keep on working. Yo, what's going on, RJ? If it ain't good, I get to do a little rant and review on Wednesday's live stream. There you go. Don't think... Oh, did he not lose his house? Okay, good. I remember seeing I remember seeing the pictures of him like looking that somebody posted. So I'm glad he didn't lose his house. But still, LA has been, you know, it's been madness. Are you excited for Riddick 4? For your... Yeah, I like the Riddick movies. I do like the Riddick movies. Yeah, I'm with you. Just, it doesn't make any sense, man. It just doesn't make any sense. 10 episodes for Daredevil. Okay. Still, that's fine. You know, we don't need 2 Batman. I don't mind 2 Batman. I don't mind that. See, I know. Then there's a Zorro series. What the fuck? Yeah, I gotta do that. I gotta check that out because I like the Zorro movies. You see the rumor who might be directing Plastic Man, Darren. Oh yeah, that was like that rumor's been around for a while. I don't even know. Is that actually true? I really don't know what's happening with that, to be honest. I'm like, what? Like, is that true? Is it not? I don't know. There's just so many freaking rumors out there that I'm just like, I don't know what is real, what is not. It's all just, yeah. That one's been around for a little bit. I don't know. Hey, anything that Aronofsky is gonna direct, hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. So, but I just say, him doing Plastic Man was just so random. Cloned Avenger. Do you think the tone of Daredevil clashes with the MCU tone, even though he is in it? Could the same be said about Batman, the Batman and Gun DCU? I mean, you have to have different tones. You have to have different tones, and that's the thing. It's like there are different tones, even when it comes to the MCU at times. And you know, I know, like, for the most part, like, it had a similar tone throughout. But I mean, you have to. I mean, I thought Doctor Strange: Multiverse of Madness had a somewhat different tone. It was like a horror movie. It was like a crazy horror movie. Yeah, it still felt like MCU, but at the same time, I'm like, they still went for it. They let Sam Raimi do his thing. You could have some different tones. I mean, you have to have different tones, and I think that's one of the things that James Gunn has emphasized too, is having the different tones. And I think very much having, you know, Daredevil be like a more darker, like a more grounded, gritty tone. I think it helps. I think it absolutely helps. And I think people are craving that. I think they're absolutely craving that. So, yeah. So, I don't know. I think they should have that. I thought like Winter Soldier had a different tone than Thor. Thor, they're just like different tones when it comes to, and they should be different tones. But I think the MCU really got into a stranglehold of like having a similar formula throughout. Yeah, it came out early 2024. Okay, I remember hearing something about that, but wow, I just didn't. Yeah, do you think you might do another Daredevil Punisher rewatch before the new season? I mean, yeah, I think I probably will. I think I'll probably watch the last seasons, both of those last seasons, Punisher season 2 and Daredevil season 4, right? 4? Yeah, I'll probably do a rewatch just to see. So, gonna want his own Batman to hype. That would be the next huge step for the DC. Yeah, I mean, you got to do that. You might want to watch the Defenders between the Defenders. I don't know if you need to do that though. Defenders kind of felt like its own thing, to be honest. In my opinion, it felt like its own thing. I don't know. That was to me. It's just like, I mean, there were some ties, of course, and they established things, but I don't know if we need to watch Defenders. But let's see, cloned Avenger. I wouldn't be mad if we get to Batman. I won't be mad if Pattinson either. I'm just here for the ride. Yeah, I mean, essentially, you know what? If it ends up happening, I mean, I'm gonna be. I'll rant and rave about it like I do, but for the most part, I'll just be like, all right, fine. I'm like, whatever. So, I don't know. Oh, there's 3 seasons. I don't know why I thought there was 4. Started rewatching Spider-Man, the animated series today. There you go. And Sigourney Weaver, yeah. Sigourney Weaver's great with everything. It's continuity. You'll understand once you watch it. Have you already watched Daredevil Born Again? I mean, did you already get like a fucking screener here, Lane? It's like, okay, you make it sound like, oh, wow, we have to watch the Defenders and rewatch everything. Are you already in the know of what's going on? I mean, I've watched all those. I don't think we need to watch the Defenders. I think like Daredevil season 3 and Punisher season 2 is probably like all we need to really watch. So you see that video of Jeff Schneider losing over losing his overloaded mind because he got called out on a stream live. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. That guy is, I don't know about that guy. Like I said, I'm not a fan of that guy. He's a little unstable. It feels like he needs to relax a little bit. I think he's been doing this stuff a little bit too long, and it's aged him about 30 years in 12. Anyways, without watching. Oh, okay. You're talking about that. All right. Can the Texans just take out the Chiefs? Yeah, we'll see. I know we got playoff football that's happening over this weekend. That'll be interesting. We'll see. But yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's going to be a fun weekend of watching playoffs. I'll be watching playoffs probably just here tomorrow and then going to a friend's house to watch the Sunday playoffs. So, yeah. I remember the Defenders went on for, yeah. Yeah, Defenders was kind of like, I don't know. It was kind of like, okay, there's that, Yeah, like I said, I think I'll just probably just do like a, season 3 of Daredevil and Punisher. That seems to be the best option, at least in my opinion, when it comes to that. What's going on, Phil?
What up?
Nice crown.
Thank you. See what's written on it, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah.
Now it works. Oops.
Makes sense, right? I am what I am. I'm an asshole.
Hey, you know what? We all are a little bit sometimes, but hey,
Hey,
it's what we do. It's what we do. So
nothing wrong with that, Chief. Nothing wrong with that.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, my friend. It's been a day. Actually,
yeah,
it's been a week.
Definitely has been for me too. Like, jeez. But we'll have some fun discussing nonsense and everything tonight. So
as we tend to.
Yeah. So but we got somebody that's returning that definitely want to get her opinion on things that have been happening recently, and that is Rebecca Johnson. Hello.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
It's going good. Oh, we got some things to talk about with you.
Yeah, there's a lot of Supergirl news that's coming out these days.
Yeah.
It's like a reunion. It's like a full circle reunion.
Yeah, I've been missing hanging out with you guys. I've just with work stuff. I've been having to work a lot of Saturday mornings, so I couldn't do it. So I'm glad to be back.
Yeah,
Good to
no,
have
it was
you
good.
back.
It was great. Like I was like, especially with all the Supergirl news, I hit up Rebecca and she goes, "Hey, you're streaming tonight, right?" Hey, and I was just like, it was perfect. She was like, "Hey, perfect. All right, let's
I was gonna
do it."
butt my way in, even if you hadn't contacted me.
Yeah, no, trust me. I was like, I had like after the news that just happened today, I was like, oh, I definitely got to hit her up and see, because I know, yeah, like you said, you've been working Saturdays, and I know other people, that just work Saturdays now. That's why they can't show up. So, but yeah, glad to have you back.
Yeah. Did you get that thing I sent you?
Yes, you talk about the physical gifts. Yes.
Yes. So I was wondering if you had thoughts, if you had read it.
You know what? I'm disappointed. I know. It's one of those things. It's literally sitting right there on the arm of my chair, and it's one of those things where it's like I just gotta I see it and I go, I'm gonna do it, and then I just get distracted and start doing things. But I promise to you, I will read it.
So for people who are not aware, I did send Dave a copy of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. So hopefully he'll read it in the near future so that I'm not spoiling anything.
Yes.
For Dave.
I know it's okay. I mean, I already know like a lot of things that happened.
Okay.
But yes,
okay.
She did send me this, and I thank you very much for it, because I was like, I was gonna just like go get a copy, but like, nope, I got a copy for you. And she sent me another book too about editing, which was really cool.
Which I did finish that book. I sent Dave a copy of In the Blink of an Eye. It's a book about film editing, and it's actually quite interesting because it goes through the history of how film editors worked and what machines they used and how they got into nonlinear editing. And there's also a lot of good tips on what you should prioritize when you make a cut. So I think it's a pretty good read. It's for nerdy people who really, really like film editing.
Oh yeah. Like Rebecca and I, the last time we talked on her channel. She did a little interview with me. We had a really good conversation talking about that kind of stuff and diving into editing and utilizing tools now, especially, because a lot of people, of course, are like, AI, but it's like, well, I mean, yeah, AI is freaky, sure, but there can be some tools that you could utilize for it that you shouldn't be too scared of, and the fact of the matter is, it is the future, and you got to use tools when it comes to this kind of stuff. And if you're not going to utilize them, you're going to get left behind, essentially. So
I would not have wanted to edit anything the way they used to have to edit. Oh
dude.
Oh my gosh. Awful.
Oh, the first time I learned how to edit something, it was my junior year of high school, junior into senior year, taking my little film class, and we had a whole board. It was like, I mean, that's where you learn the basics, which I really like. But it was like a whole thing, you do your ins, your outs, and then of course doing all that. Everything's on tape, and I mean, to go back to that, oof, that would suck.
I'm so old. It was tape to tape. You would set your in and your out, and it was real time. It would feed it from one deck to the other deck. And if you screwed up, you had to do it again. Oh my gosh, it was the worst. It was
such a pain. It was such a long process. But at the time, it was fun. It was fun at the time.
Sure. Yeah.
But
now you can just Control Z and you can start.
You just Control Z and you're like, oh, that didn't work. Control Z, up, just like scoot it over a little bit, do that. Up, it's perfect now.
So nice.
It's so nice now. And then of course, I love the fact that when it comes to clips, my editor has like a own little thing that just translates it all. And sometimes it doesn't get everything perfect, but I'm not going to go through and go put subtitles and type it out. You know how long that would freaking take for just like a minute long clip? It would take forever because I talk fast sometimes.
Oh yeah, the Premiere captions, the automatic. It's a lifesaver.
Total lifesaver. I love it. Absolutely love it. And we got Mr. Chris Balga showing up right now. What is going on?
Rebecca was going to be on. I was hoping she was going to be on. So
see, I know so much Supergirl stuff. It was meant to be that she wasn't going to be.
That really boosts my ego. I appreciate it.
Yes. Yeah, I know. Oh no, when Supergirl things are happening, we're always thinking about you, Rebecca.
Okay, good.
And I'm glad Phil and I did not dress the same.
Yeah, I know. These two have been like somehow on another spectrum of like wearing similar shirts. It's been pretty crazy.
I actually, Phil, I have that exact shirt. I should have worn it. I should go change.
This is actually one of 4 Superman shirts I own. So I own this one, a Man of Steel shirt.
Yeah.
I own a Kingdom Come shirt where it's black with the red S, and then I have a brand new shirt for the new movie coming out in July.
You should have a closet just of Superman S Shield shirts. I feel like.
Well,
everyone should.
All DC shirts, honestly, they have their own little section.
Yeah.
Seriously, like when I went to the movies yesterday, the movie theater, that I go to when I go by myself, it's just right around the corner at the mall. And I was like, I had a little time, so I walk in a Hot Topic, and sure enough, they had the new Superman shirt, and I was like, Bert. There we go. And it was actually cheaper than it would be than getting on the DC shop. So I was like, score. So I got me Superman. I thought about wearing it tonight, but I like to wash it first. Too itchy at first, So I gotta wash it first. So
that's how I got mine. It was at Hot Topic. It was around Christmas time, and it was buy 2 get 1 half off. And I was like, well, at that point, you can't really say no, especially when the other shirt I got was the Heath Ledger with the car, and it says,
I saw that shirt. That shirt was there too. I thought about getting it. I probably should have. Damn it. Yeah. But it was kind of cool because the guy behind the counter, he goes like, "Are you looking forward to the new Superman?" I was like, "I am actually. I mean, after the trailer came out, I'm pretty confident." And then he goes, "Yeah, I'm pretty confident." James Gunn. He goes, "I was a big Henry Cavill fan, though." I'm like, "I'm with you, man." And he was like, "Yeah." So it took me a little bit, but I saw the trailer too, and so it was kind of cool to have like a little conversation with somebody in real life that you didn't know. That about all that stuff, because of course we have our conversations on here, and our arguments and debates and all this kind of stuff. But it was just kind of cool, like, oh yeah, somebody behind the counter at a Hot Topic, young dude who was like a big Henry Cavill fan. It's like, yes, good, as you should have been. And but very much also looking forward to what James Gunn's going to be doing, of course, with Superman. And then we got Axel right here wearing his Kingdom Come shirt.
Yep. Hey guys, how we doing?
Yeah.
I feel like I need to go change. I don't have an S Shield shirt on. I feel like
I don't either. I have mine.
Wouldn't blame you.
Yeah.
Would not blame you.
I'm not on brand. It's wild.
Yeah, but you got your background at least.
Oh, true.
Yeah. You got the good background going on. So at least you are on brand when it comes to your background, at least. So.
I try.
Yeah, but good to see Axel. What is that? Is that Doomsday?
Yeah, I got the McFarlane Doomsday with Superman, and I got the Dark Side one with the throne. So yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't jump on to the McFarlanes when those came out. I know, like Scott was like, he was working with everybody to be like, hey, here's the links and all stuff. That's what's great about Scott. Scott's always on top of that. But I was like, you know what? Right now, I'm like, I got to take it easy. I have plenty of stuff right now. I'll wait. And even though I'm like, I want that BVS, that Batfleck BVS, because I love that.
I got that one. It's all right.
Yeah. The one that was the best was like the more expensive one where it's like he's like posing and it's like a statue and it's like $250. I'm like, didn't you get one of those, Chris, or did you not get one of those? Or you didn't get one of those?
I've got it pre-ordered, but the wonderful thing about Amazon is if the finances don't work out, I can cancel before and no foul.
There you go.
Yeah.
I have this Batfleck figure that's made by Funjoy. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but I got that off AliExpress, and it was pretty cheap actually, like $30 or something. The thing that sucks about it is just the arm always falls off, and it's fucking annoying.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's just like, I mean, I don't mind. I'm like, I still have not this past birthday, but a birthday prior. My mom got me this Battinson one that was like, a pricier Battinson. I'm like, I didn't take it out of the box. It was one of those. I'm like, I usually take things out of the box. I'm like, you know what? I don't know. I'm not going to take this one out of the box. This one seems like it's a little bit. It's not a McFarlane. I forgot exactly who made it, but it's got a lot of details, a lot of attachments. I'm going. I think I'm gonna keep this one in the box. Usually I take it out because I'm like, get rid of the box. But certain things, like I have certain Funkos that I know are not, they're exclusive ones and blah, 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 that I keep in the box.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, I just like go, no, dude, take it out of the box. What am I doing here? But yeah, if I know there's something special to it, I keep it in its cage. So, but anyways, thank you for joining, Axel. Rebecca, I actually wanted to, before we start diving into Supergirl news, what are your thoughts on I think you just recently even did a discussion with your podcast, your streaming partner, about the Superman trailer.
Yeah, we talked about the teaser trailer and then the teaser to the teaser trailer. You know how they do? Yeah. So we talked about both of those things. It looks good. I'm cautiously optimistic. Snyderverse for life. But I'm trying to give this new thing a new go, especially because Supergirl will be coming after it. So I need to know what the world is like. My only hesitancy with it that kind of took me out of the trailers, there were a couple of shots in that teaser to the teaser trailer of people looking at something, which I assume they're looking at Superman or fighting somebody or whatever. And it looked like it would fit in with the Arrowverse, the aesthetic of it. And that was the only thing where I was like, ooh, I struggled with that a little bit. But I think what's cool about the direction is that, we've gotten, with the Snyderverse, we got to see what the realistic take would be like if Superman was dropped, in our current world. And it looks like James Gunn is going for more of I want to make a comic book.
Yeah.
Come to life. And so that I think is kind of cool because it does give a different visual aesthetic. It does bring different characters in and allow for different things to happen in terms of the story. So I think it's going to be pretty cool. I think so. I'm optimistic about it. I'm a big fan of crypto. So we've talked about crypto a lot on Supergirl Radio. We actually did a crypto character spotlight. So if you want to know all about Crypto the Superdog, we have an episode on Supergirl Radio just for you, where we actually read comics and talked about it instead of, some of these major trade outlets who write about crypto. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure they just went to the Wikipedia page. But we actually talk about Crypto the Superdog and his lengthy time in the comics. So I think the crypto looks great, which is surprising. I'm sure that's very difficult to do, creating a CGI dog who can do all these things. So he looks pretty good. So I'm fairly happy with it. I'm excited to see the Daily Planet staff. I think this is the first time in live action we've ever got to see the full
staff,
Daily Planet staff. So that's pretty exciting. So
I would say I think Lois and Clark probably was the most that we got
the closest.
We got more people. Cat Grant was definitely in that. And then of course Jimmy, but we didn't get what's his name.
We didn't get Ron Troop. We didn't get Steve Lombard.
Yeah, we didn't get them, but we got a Cat Grant for sure. But and then Superman Returns only just had Jimmy. So
Man of Steel had a Steve Lombard. We just didn't get.
That's right. That's right. He did. Yeah, they established that. So I mean, we've gotten close, but the fact that we're actually getting but I'm with you on the those shots of them looking up. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us kind of went those don't look as good as they should. It was just kind of wow, that's is that not just second unit? Is that third unit?
The lighting was a bit off.
Yeah. It may just be maybe that's maybe that's what they're going for. Maybe that's what they're shooting for. Maybe I'm expecting more of a cinematic look, but maybe that's what they're hoping to achieve. I just after Supergirl ended on the Arrowverse, I was pretty burned out on the Arrowverse because season 4 through 6 of Supergirl was not great. So season 6 was incomprehensible. So I was like, no, let's not go back to the Arrowverse. But I'm willing to give it a go. I think I mentioned it on Supergirl Radio, but my good friend Michael Bailey, who's over at the Superman homepage, and he also does his own podcast, the Fortress of Bailey Tube podcast. He's a Superman expert, and he once told me that he sees these different kind of universes, like the Snyderverse or the Donnerverse or the Singerverse, if you want to go that route. They're all he views them as even the Arrowverse. He would view them as like different comic book runs. So, you know, it's like Zack Snyder did a run on a comic book character, or, you know, Richard Donner did his run on Superman. And so this is James Gunn's run on Superman. So this, you know, if I were reading comics, I would just be opening up this new story to check it out and see what it is. So that's kind of how I'm trying to treat all of this. Even though I'm not a huge fan of James Gunn, I'm willing to kind of give it a go.
No, that's a perfect way to, I mean, I've said that before too. It's just like, yeah, it's like, you know, there's going to be a different author, illustrator. There's going to be just a different tone. And there's like, you know, we had this thing and that's great. I could watch literally 9.5 hours of what Zach did. And if you want to even tack on Wonder Woman and maybe, you know, Aquaman, I know some people that's where it starts kind of going off on its own thing. But I'm just saying, it's like we had that, cool. And it was great. I could watch that and be satisfied by watching, you know, Man of Steel, BVS, and Justice League that he made, and be satisfied and be like, okay, cool. Now, all right, and we got this new thing. Let's see what he has. You know, some things I'm going, you know, the suit has always been the controversial part. The suit's grown on me, I will say. It's still not the prettiest suit, but I think I'm like going, well, but that's kind of cool because the Man of Steel, or I think the BVS suit is actually I actually like the black and silver suit the best. I think it just, I don't know, something about that black and silver, even though technically it wasn't black and silver. They had to edit it in post because, you know, those silly guys over there at, you know, Warner Brothers were like, nope, you can't do the black suit. And then Zach was like, yeah, we'll see about that. And they knew exactly what they're doing. I love that so much that he was just like, oh yeah, well, you know, we're gonna make sure like the suit, the way we shoot it and the color grade and everything, it's gonna be very easy to change it to silver and black. And I think it pops. It's my favorite of all the suits. But you know, that's the thing, is like that suit is so beautiful. And it's like, yeah. So then now that we have this suit, I'm just kind of going, yeah, fine. I like a suit that it looks like it could be something his mom made. It's not going to be a Kryptonian suit. It's going to be something that was made and that it probably was a lot easier to get into. I don't know. But I'm just kind of going like, yeah, something different. And it's grown on me. I mean, yeah, of course, the first image, all of us kind of went, oh, that's it. Why is it so baggy?
Yeah, I don't mind the new suit. It's fine. Yeah. It's definitely not the best Superman suit I've ever seen, but I did laugh at the justification for the trunks that came out from David Cornsweet. He was like, Superman would want to dress like a wrestler because wrestlers are really friendly and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, have you ever watched like professional wrestling? They like jump
like
off the
modern professional wrestling. Like a lot of them don't wear underwear on the outside.
Well, and also they're extremely violent. You know, they're like throwing. I mean, I know it's like all kind of a show, but they're like throwing chairs at each other and throwing each other off the rink and jumping off the ropes to land on somebody, and they get physically hurt when they do that. And I was like, I see where you're going with this, but that does not make sense to me. So I was sort of laughing at that. It's like, don't try to justify it. Just say like, hey, we wanted to go back to the trunks. Done. You know, like don't try to like come up with some stupid excuse to explain it away. I just thought that was funny. I was like, I don't think you've ever actually watched wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And it's like, you know, obviously the trunks were always like a part of the whole, like, you know, what is it called? The strongman thing from the circus way back when, which, I mean, it makes sense. And then even gladiators, like they, you know, obviously like back in the day, it's like, yeah, they would fight naked, but of course you can't do that. So it's like they had the underwear and it's like, and they were strong. So it's like, you want to show it like that. But yeah, the time has passed. I mean, I'm not about the trunks. Is it a make or break? No. Like, I mean, we might get it. Obviously if things are going to go the way they are and we get a new Batman, which again, no Battinson in DCU, which we could talk about. We could dive into that. Obviously, I already, you know, went off on my rant where I spilled my drink. I don't know if you guys saw that. I literally elbowed my drink. That's how I got into it. Spilled it right onto the floor. Great. But no, I'm just saying, like, you know, and if we get some trunks on the new bat suit, the DCU bat suit, I won't hate it, but I'm like, I'm not rooting for it. You know, that's, you know, I think the trunks are just, you know, just outdated. But again, the new Superman suit, it's grown on me, especially watching the trailer numerous times. I'm like, okay, the suit has definitely grown on me. But
I think it works for the take they're going for.
It does.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It does. And we got Andy showing up. What's up?
Uh-oh, there's trouble.
There's trouble.
Oh, we can't hear
your
you.
Mic's not on. Your
Can't
mic's
hear you.
not on.
Are you muted?
You're muted.
See, I
Can't
told
hear
you.
you.
Trouble right off the bat.
Yeah, he's doing this on purpose.
I agree, Rebecca. Trouble all through and through.
He's just gonna mime.
Can you hear me now, Rebecca? Does it work? Was it a good element of surprise
That's
for you?
perfect.
You hear me
Thank
now?
you.
Perfect.
Yes.
Hi everybody.
How's
Happy
it
New
going?
Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Hello.
Hello, Rebecca. You're not dead. You're back.
I am. I'm back.
I
I'm
haven't seen-
here.
I haven't seen you on Vodka since
It's been a bit.
when were you last? Girl, you work too much.
Yes.
I do work too much. That is a
Yeah,
problem.
yeah,
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly with that statement.
But Rebecca's employees should be very, very, very lucky that they have her. So
Very true.
yeah. We're bitching about trunks again. Is that what we're doing?
No, we're just talking about Trunks. I was like, since Rebecca hasn't been here since the Superman trailer, and we haven't talked for a bit, just kind of getting a little catch up on how she's feeling about things right now. So, and Trunks were just we were talking about
as long as the package is big, I don't mind it.
Wow.
yeah. There you go. I don't. She didn't share that same sentiment, but
no. It's fine. This is just my point of view. Like, I'm just saying that we've been lucky. Every Superman has come with good stuff. So it's I don't know. It's still funny to me that people are get so up in arms when it comes to Trunks, to the point where when I was interviewing Tom Welling last year, and I was like, well, if you came back, what suit would you want? And I'm like, what are you, pro Trunks or no Trunks? He's like, the what now? And I had to explain the whole debate. And he's like, people are actually mad about this. I'm like, yeah, they will have arguments for hours.
Yeah, it's always going to be a thing. I mean, on Twitter, I swear to God, every 6 or 7 weeks, that debate comes about, and then of course Batman killing. That's always the two big debates.
Batman doesn't kill.
Yeah, exactly. See,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. Never. He never does. What are we doing? But it's just that's always the two debates that always are on, that just show up, and I'm just like, are we done with this yet? Like I said,
boring.
I know. Trunks don't make or break it for me. Like I said, when we get the new bat suit, if it has Trunks on it, fine. As long as it looks okay, it's fine. I'm curious to see what the new bat suit would look like. But I prefer not. I think maybe Superman. Cool. It could work for Superman more than it works for Batman. I honestly do think that they probably won't go Trunks. I'm gonna say this now, January 17th, 2025. They're not gonna do Trunks on the DCU Batman suit. Pin it. What is it? Oh, hour 9 minutes.
Hashtag Dave told you.
I know. I might. You know what? I just have a feeling why. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But I'm probably wrong. I just jinxed it. He's gonna have Trunks now. But
we can blame
first world problems. Dave.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even a big. It's not a big issue. But I don't know. We'll see. But but like I said, Andy, you're joining. We got a lot of Supergirl news. So like I said, it was perfect that Rebecca joined. First off, Supergirl is currently in production. I don't think I'm going, all right, just show her in the suit, just do something. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be probably for a while. We're not going to probably get any set photos, because I'm assuming, given the source material, it's not going to be in a city. I mean, maybe there might be something in the script that has that, but for the most part, it's taken out in the cosmos, so it's going to be in a closed set. I don't know. I'm sure there's paparazzi that are trying their best to try to Ocean's 11 some kind of freaking pictures somewhere.
I've been thinking about what the first official image of Supergirl is going to be, and honestly, I think it's going to be something like you know, how they did with Superman. You know, they showed off the emblem, they showed it in snow. I think since it's a different kind of production, we're focusing on Supergirl and Jason Momoa has been cast as Lobo. I think the coolest thing to do would be something like Suicide Squad, where they showed off the entire cast and then they did the out in production, out in filming. I think it would be really cool to have Supergirl, Millie Alcock, and Jason Momoa like as Supergirl and Lobo, just like leaning on each other, and just like Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. That's Lobo.
Ooh.
That's the first official image of the movie.
I don't want any Lobo. The first thing that comes. All right, here's my rant.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I have a lot of feelings about this. I love Jason Momoa, love him, but I don't want this to be the Lobo movie featuring Supergirl. He's not in the comic. They're throwing him in here just, I guess, to have a DC character to pop up in this. So I'm concerned that he's going to be in this more than he should be. I think you can probably you can put him at the beginning, because Supergirl's in a bar for her 21st birthday. She's getting drunk, and this is how she meets.
As one should.
This is what you do, I guess. So that's.
So what did you do on your 21st birthday, Rebecca?
I didn't go to a bar and get drunk, so I'm an anomaly.
You can go play pool or darts.
I play pool and darts. I'm just not a big drinker. So she meets Ruthie in this bar. This is not a big spoiler. It's right at the beginning. So there's a bunch of like kind of rough guys in this bar, and so I imagine that Lobo will be there. If that is the case, totally fine. If he leaves with Supergirl and Ruthie and goes on this journey with them, I will be so mad. You will never hear the end of it from me. I will picket DC Studios and be so mad. I will DM Tom King and be like irate with him. So I hope that Lobo is in a very, very fraction, like a very, very small, like one scene cameo of this. So I can't wait to see Jason Momoa as Lobo. I think he's perfect for it. But for whatever they do when they release the first image of this should be Supergirl.
Let me ask you that.
Her holding this, I think it should be her like kind of sitting down, like beating up and like holding the sword she has on the cover.
That's what I was kind of wondering. Is the sword gonna be there?
I think it's either gonna be the sword stuff or
Comet.
Maybe I would have her writing Comet as the first.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would.
But I mean, I think it would also be really like, if you want to get people talking. I think it's issue 8, the cover of issue 8, where she's sitting down on the beach and she's like covered in blood.
Yes. Oh yeah, that one.
That could be a really interesting way to differentiate her and get people talking. Of course, there'd be people who'd be like, "Oh my gosh, Supergirl doesn't kill," and it's like, yeah, that's the point of the story.
Good. That you know what, that would be cool if she was like, yeah, that shot, I know exactly which one you're talking about, where she's sitting there and it's just like, you know what, James Gunn, I know he's not listening, but he should do that, just to be like, F it, let's put her in blood, let's emulate that shot right there, throw it out there, and let the internet attack each other. It's like, because that's exactly what would happen.
I think if they play it safe, it'll be I think it's issue 1 where she's like standing with the sword, like Luke Skywalker's style. I think that's probably what they'll go for. I would be really happy about that.
So I don't want to make assumptions, but I would like to know, Rebecca, did you know that Tom King initially pitched this story with Lobo as one of the antagonists?
No. So Lobo was going to be like
initially, apparently when he initially pitched it, Lobo was part of the story, but I don't know at what point that changed. But yeah, from what I understand, like Lobo was initially pitched to be a part of the story. There is also a point later on in the book where Kara does get, she gets tracked by a bounty hunter too. So Lobo could play a part there.
I think that could make sense. I mean, the whole thing is like Ruthie is trying to find somebody who will find this guy, Krim of the Yellow Hills, to avenge her father. And so Supergirl, in effect, in some ways, is a bounty hunter in the story. So I think Lobo does fit in there. I just think, for me, in reading that story, what I love about Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow is it's a story about Supergirl bonding with this young girl and helping her get through her tragedy and her need for vengeance, because Supergirl has been through that too. Yeah. And so I think if you put so much Lobo in it to me, that takes away from this really, really good story of these two women. Well, Ruthie is like a young teenager, but that to me, I think, is the heart of the story. So my concern with the Lobo stuff is like, Lobo is a character who does not fit in that kind of story whatsoever. And so I have concerns about it.
Well,
I found the quote, by the way, just so that Rebecca, you have context. So Tom King said this on a podcast last year where he said that book, Supergirl Born Tomorrow, began as me pitching a Lobo and Supergirl book. It was my editors, Brittany Holzier and Jamie Rich, who were like, no, take Lobo out and make Supergirl the roster Coburn character. It wouldn't exist without Jamie and Brittany. So it was... it was editors at DC were kind of like, no, let's just, let's do it like this.
It's absolutely the right call. And the character you mentioned is, so he wrote the story as inspired by True Grit. So if you've ever seen the True Grit movies, Supergirl is kind of the crotchety old man who the young girl.
And the new one at least.
Yeah. So I think it's the right call, but that's good to know. Andy, if you can send me, or Phil, if you can send me those links to Tom, we'll cover that on Supergirl Radio.
And then another thing too, to maybe like reassure you as well. I mean, if you see, like, one of the things I pointed out, like, because Jason Momoa teased his script pages, and what I noticed, I was like, okay, so I was like, look how many pages that he has. It's not going to be a cameo, but it's not going to be that much. It looked like he probably had 8 pages, 9 pages. If you looked, it was thin. It was thin. So he didn't have the full script. He had his pages because it said for Lobo's eyes only. So I think he's probably going to be in like a scene, and it's going to be, whatever scene that needs to help the movie. I don't think he's going to be like through the whole adventure, if I had to guess.
If he's in the bar at the beginning and they have a fun interaction,
I think he only has a few scenes. I think he's just going to shoot for like a few weeks, and then he's probably going to be.
It's not going to be throughout the whole thing. Yeah. If I had to guess, just by his pages. That's one of the things I pointed out, because people thought, oh, it's just going to be a cameo. I'm like, no, there's pages here, but it's not thick. It's like, I think there's going to be a scene that he's a part of. And then the future, I mean, David Leitch has been freaking, commenting under his post going, let's do a Lobo movie. And I'm like, yeah, do that. You guys should definitely do that. That would be freaking awesome. Let Supergirl be a Supergirl movie, appear in it, not just be a cameo that's like, hey, there's Lobo, and then all of a sudden you duck out. Be pivotal to whatever scene, and then you check out, and then we get the Supergirl story that we want to get. And I think that I don't think James Gunn is going to be like, yeah, more Lobo. No, I don't think it's going to be that. I think when Momoa got it, it was like, hey, we want you with this. We're going to put, we have this idea with you in Supergirl, and then possibility of you like in future projects, possibly your own thing. Because the Lobo, I mean, I remember there was like a Lobo movie was reported that it was going to be a development from Michael Bay at one point.
Oh god, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and I was like, that's kind of perfect.
We also had a Lobo spinoff from Krypton, which would have been also fun.
He was great on Krypton.
He was fun.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people. But
did you ever watch Krypton, Dave?
I still have to watch it. No, I didn't watch it. I've heard always good things about it. Like I said, there's things like when it comes to DC TV stuff, Smallville and Krypton. Those are the things I just never got into.
You can skip Smallville. It's fine.
It's Johnson.
I know. Don't say that in front of Andy. Don't say that in front of Andy.
No, I co-sign that. I co-sign.
Just Eisenberg was the worst Lex Luthor lip.
Oh, see, then he just goes for it. He goes.
I can do it. And that's the thing. Power free speech. You can feel how you feel. I can feel how I feel.
That's how it works.
We're in a fight now.
We're in a fight. Yeah, you're
Cara was never passing on Barry, Rebecca.
Yeah. All right, we got Austin and we got Paul joining right now.
Hey guys,
what's up, guys?
How you doing?
I like one of the
good,
people
man.
down there.
Oh,
that's
wow.
Nice.
All right,
that's nice. Hey, Paul, it's okay. I like you too. I know he doesn't like me, but you got 2 of us that like you.
Oh no, you're not wrong. I like Paul.
Like I said.
Oh,
good to see you both.
Thanks,
good
Phil.
to see you both.
Yeah,
of course, man.
Same, man.
How you guys doing?
Good. Are we going around calling ourselves kings James. I'm seeing King Phil here. I don't know.
It's because of the crown.
Oh, the crown.
My birthday's on Sunday. I just, you know.
Yeah, happy birthday.
The ego goes to some people's minds.
No. You know what? I'm going to say it's kryptonite poisoning because Superman shirt, the green.
It is that vibe.
Just kidding, Phil. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. You're great at it. I love it. That's what I love about you. You're so good at playing jokes. You know how to take a joke too. There's that.
Yeah, no, I have a thick skin. High school definitely helped out with that. So
amen to that.
True that, but yeah, thank you guys. We're just doing some Supergirl conversations because we got the host of Supergirl Radio here, so we're just kind of like getting her opinions about things. We were talking about Jason Momoa, of course, Lobo. How much is he going to be in the movie? And I think it's just going to be. I think he's going to have one just pivotal scene, and that's it. Just judging by the script pages that he had, he didn't have the full script. And it was just like his script pages, and it seemed like it was pretty thin, but they're but not just like 2 pages. It was like it looked like about maybe 10 pages, maybe a little bit more, but it's enough for like one scene that maybe he'll be in, and probably have some good action, probably have a good appearance, and then that's it. But I just don't think that James Gunn would actually do that. I think like whatever script that Anna, her name is Anna, I forgot her name.
Noguera?
Yeah, but I mean, he raves about I don't know how many times he's raved about how good the script was. That I wouldn't think that she would write a script that would be like, more Lobo, let's do this. I think she just was like, hey, maybe Lobo can fit right here, and it worked very well. And they just were like, all right, this works out perfectly when it comes to this. I think
it feels like to me that Lobo is kind of somebody above her saying, put him in there. Yeah. I don't know that she would have inserted him in there, or maybe Tom King, if he did have the inspiration prior to the the finalization of the book, maybe Tom King was like, "Hey, I had this idea.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Can we get
Lobo's not in the comic at all? I thought he was in the comic for
he is not.
Portion.
He is not.
It feels like what happened when Gigi Wilson was trying when she created Kamala Khan. When Miss Marvel, the TV show, like finished, she had said in an interview that initially when I created Kamala, I wanted her to be a mutant, but Akromer was like, fuck no mutants, make her inhuman. So it feels like now, like, because they're under different regimes, so like now they're able to kind of bring back some of the original ideas. So I feel that's the equivalent here of like, yeah, we're Lobo's not gonna have like the biggest role, but like let's put him in there because that's what I wanted to do from the beginning. And since he's Tom King is an architect on this, I feel like if he feels it's a good idea, I'm sure it will be decent to the point where like it's not gonna be just, oh, it's Lobo featuring special appearance by Supergirl.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple things that they could do. I mean, the Lobo appearances that I know of outside of the comics and everything, I did not see. I think he was in Krypton, but I did not see what that appearance was.
He was in
season 2. He was.
I know that obviously the appearances that he was in the DC animated universe, like his first episode and stuff like that, and I went back and rewatched that. Dave, I know you've recently seen those episodes again too with Scott and everything, but I was amazed because that was like 96, 97, and the comic had only been a few years prior, and Denny and company were very, very true still to the comic book roots and all that stuff and like where he came from.
Voiced by Brad Garrett, which was great.
Yes, yep. I love it. He was perfect for that role too. Again, Andrea Romano, perfect casting on that. So actually realistically, I see it being more kind of like how I'm trying to remember what the name of the cartoon was, but it was part of another extended animated universe, but I think it was like the Man of Tomorrow. Yeah, and how he's utilized, and that kind of similar to how he was sort of utilized in, I hate to bring him up, but the Max Landis Superman story from the comic book, sort of like Lobo is not necessarily either, again, he's an anti-hero, he's not good or bad, he just kind of shows up as a job, but the United States government and stuff, or the Earth still sees him as a threat, even though he's kind of passing through, and then he sees Superman and it's just like, hey man, like what's going on? Like I'm just doing a thing. Like is it really worth fighting me over this? Like for people down, I could see that being utilized in that capacity and stuff. But again, I just really have no idea what kind of direction they're going to go, other than the Woman of Tomorrow, Tom King, inspiration. So
one of the things that I'm just like, James Gunn likes to do like just off-brand characters. He's all about that. I mean, that's one of the things that I've always said about James Gunn is like he just has a unique knowledge because he's just a big dork. He just knows like these characters, and he's just like, that character can be cool, that character be cool. Maybe it won't always work, who knows? But one of the things that DC studios can get wins on, like, especially when it came to this Clayface movie, you got Mike Flanagan. You don't pass up something that he pitches to you, especially if it's good. And you can make a low budget horror type movie that is a Batman villain. It's all about the low budget Sergeant Rock thing. That could be a low budget thing where it's just like, if the story is so good enough where you can make something low budget, because obviously the big budgets have to go to the big primary characters like your Superman, your Batmans, your Wonder Womans, that you supply those with the big budgets. But if you have like these lower movies that could be made under $100 million, and as long as like, hey, we're confident in this story, maybe it'll appeal to an audience where they don't even know it's a comic book movie until they show up and see the DC logo, then they get the wins. They can get those, hey, this movie only needs to make $150 million at the box office to make a profit, as opposed to 500, 600 million. And I think maybe he's kind of thinking like that. And if you get somebody, you get David Leitch, the director of fucking John Wick, that goes, I want to make a Lobo movie with Jason Momoa, and we can have this crazy space adventure movie, and we can make it for $80 million. You might have a win. You might have a big win right there where it turns into like, oh yeah, we're going to make sequels and shit like that. There could be a big win right there. Who knows? Like I said, this is early stages, but I think they definitely have some kind of plan of like, we got something what we could do with Lobo and Jason Momoa for sure.
Did you guys already talk about that Supergirls and Superman?
Oh yeah, well, we didn't really talk about that yet, but I mean, I think
we talked about it a year ago.
I know we kind of talked about it like, duh.
It's kind of an open secret at this point. Like,
yeah. But THR confirmed it today or whatever. But we all knew he was going to show up.
Nothing new.
They're just reiterating what they said last year. Everyone has been saying like that she's in Supergirl, and then James Gunn is like, I never said she was in that, but I'm like, but you never said she was not in that.
It's like, why are you casting her before her movie even goes into production then?
Exactly. Yeah, I think we all suspected.
That's the only reason I'm going to see the Superman movie. So.
Being like, oh, you know what? This is actually enjoyable.
I do want to say, every time Rebecca shows up, I am always reminded that I have still yet to read the Tom King Super.
Oh my gosh! It's one of the greatest comic books ever made.
Hey,
please read it,
Paul.
I gotta go get
it. She literally sent me the book, and I still have not read it.
DM me your address, Paul.
William is here in Vegas at the Sci-Fi Center. I haven't gone to pick my copy.
Oh my gosh! Everybody is getting a copy. I'm going to
I know. And you get a copy.
I own a copy. It's waiting at the comic shop.
No. Like, I literally have to just sit down, turn off everything, and just crack this thing open. I'll probably do it this weekend now.
It's only 8 issues.
I know.
Who here hasn't read this book?
I haven't. Yeah. No, I literally, I'm not even kidding. I was in Newberry Comics last week, and they had a copy. It was the deluxe edition.
Oh yeah, I haven't gotten that yet. Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it looked great. And then I turned it around, and it was like and I know it's funny because I can take the hit, but I was like, oh, this is too much. I'll go on Amazon or cheapgraphicnovels.com, and I made a mental note, and then I forgot because I literally I was there to see a movie with a friend, which was, I think they had re-released Paprika the anime in theaters and stuff. So once you see that movie, Supergirl is like the farthest thing from your mind, pretty much. I was like, so that's what I blame it on, is anime in Inception. So. Sorry, Rebecca. Yeah. Rebecca, I meant to ask, did you? I haven't been keeping up with everyone's channels and stuff. Are you still doing, or did you do the thing where you were doing the commentary side by side on Batman v Superman Ultimate Edition? Did that ever end up happening?
I've done that with Andy Babact. over there.
I'm sorry,
we've done a Batman v Superman audio commentary. We did a Man of Steel.
I think he means that when you went through all the reviews.
Oh, well, if you're talking about film reviews, yeah, I went through all of the Rotten Tomatoes top critics negative reviews of the BBS. So yeah, you can go on my channel, youtube.com/duckmilkprod, and you can enjoy my slow descent into madness. If you'd like.
I've listened. I was watching those movies when they came out and up till now. So I believe me, I get it. The madness is always there on the edge and everything. You know.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of IQ points to start with, and then when you read those reviews verbatim, they just keep getting docked down. I just decrease in IQ points as the further I went into it. It's interesting to read them though verbatim, because a lot of people don't do that. They just read the headlines and they don't actually read what they actually write. So that was what was interesting to me, is that if you actually dig into what they say, it's very revealing.
Okay. Yeah, it's really interesting. Well, again, also between the theatrical and the Ultimate Edition, and I think most people now just whenever they recommend or they even see the movie, they most likely are talking about the Ultimate. But it's always weird, because I was always a movie guy first before I was into comics, and it's always fascinating to go back in time and to see critic reviews of movies that are now, universally beloved. One of my personal favorites is John Carpenter's The Thing, and how ridiculed that movie was when it came out. Like it broke John Carpenter's heart, because he worked his ass off on that movie, and a lot of people to this day still consider it one of, if not his best film. But at the time it came out, it was torn to pieces. But whether it be that it was E.T. was out at the same time, or people just thought it was a gross movie, or whatever the case is, but now it's considered a horror masterpiece. Yeah. So I'm intrigued to see. Because obviously, let's just be honest. In the group here, within I'd say less than 10 years, the superhero genre is going to get either reinvented, or it's going to kind of die off again at some point, and then there'll be a reflection period looking back on all the movies of the golden era, so to speak. And I feel Zach's movies are going to be I mean, they already have, and they're
going to be looked on in a better light in the future. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, because I'm a film guy first and stuff. And so Zach, and that, especially that director's cut, it very much reminds me, and Zach in general with the whole director's cut thing kind of reminds me of Ridley Scott, and that type of stuff, where a lot of his director's cuts are better than the theatrical cuts and stuff, and so I think probably there are very few where it's that drastic as BV. I actually, the only other thing I can think of is Ridley's Kingdom of Heaven director's cut was so different.
That is better, day and night. Yeah,
and that's what kind of what BVS was for me, with that theatrical versus the director's, was whoa, why didn't they what
No, it's really funny, because when I look at Zach's style, especially with the superhero stuff, I kind of think of both Ridley Scott, which clearly is a huge influence on him, but I also think of Paul Verhoeven, the guy who directed RoboCop and Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers is a huge example, because when Starship Troopers came out, a lot of American critics did not understand that movie. They just thought it was like a stupid bug movie.
That's a great movie.
Great.
It's fantastic.
It's League of RoboCop in the sense of social commentary.
Yeah. Well, a lot of
my part.
Yeah. Well, a lot of fans, they consider it like a holy trinity, which is RoboCop, Total Recall, and Starship Troopers. All I mean, I think only Starship Troopers was the one that was not as beloved when it came out, but now everyone's oh yeah, it's a great satire on fascism and the pointlessness of it and all that kind of stuff. But it's done so well that people don't understand that it's a propaganda movie. So it's
it's funny. Sorry, I'm just saying, a good to Starship Troopers. I just saw it was a clip from a podcast, a movie podcast. I forgot what the podcast is called. I wish I remembered, but they talked about how the only reason why Buenos Aires gets totally demolished by that meteor, they blame it on Carmen. Carmen, because remember during that part where like her and the her instructor dude, who of course like that love triangle thing that was happening, when they were like flirting and stuff like that, and then all of a sudden like they come across like, oh, there's a gravity field, what's going on? And then of course they almost like crash into the thing, and they kind of knock it off course. They knock it into the direction of destruction. So they're like, it's totally on Carmen. Carmen is the villain of Starship Troopers because she breaks Rico's heart. Rico should have never went with her, always went with Deeds. It's like she was always the better one for him, and blah blah blah. It was funny. I was like, I 100% agree. I hate Carmen in that.
There's so many things that you can read into the movie and stuff, and just let alone the fact that the whole there's so many theories that the government and everything else are actually more responsible for the meteor attacking Bonus, because the bugs don't have advanced technology. They have
shoot it out of their ass.
shoot out of their ass, or they attack when you land, and even that is not done to hit them it seems more like it's done as an invasion expansion. But Red Letter Media does a fantastic review of the movie, and it's basically considered, when you look at it objectively, it's basically anti-Star Trek, and that it's all about not understanding me at all or any of that, and just killing everything in sight essentially. So it's it's a terrific movie. But no, I see Zach kind of doing that too when he does a lot of things, because Zach will do stuff, I think, and he won't really be subtle with anything, but he thinks sometimes it's very like obvious, and then it turns out it flies over a lot of audiences or critics' heads, and then later like the movie gets kind of like evaluated. But then again, you have obviously the director's cuts of Watchmen or BVS, and then of course the entire reconstruction of Zack Snyder's Justice League and stuff like that, of what the original film was intended to be, as opposed to Justice League and stuff like that. But so yeah, I will say this, because I want to bring it back to Supergirl. It's interesting with the now I'm assuming, now are they, I didn't see the full headline. Are the actors playing her adoptive Earth parents?
Kryptonian parents.
Jor-El and Allura. Yeah.
So
now I don't think it specified that in the article, but in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, it's issue 6. There was a flashback to Kara's sort of origin story and what happens to her mother, and you get to see her father, and it talks about Argo and all of that kind of thing. If you know Supergirl's origin story.
I just saw a tweet today, and I died and said Bernard is Supergirl's.
Dude,
I was like,
exactly
Bernard?
what I said.
Yeah,
too. I was like, Bernard from freaking Santa Claus is Supergirl's dad.
Look, I'm kind of excited.
Promotion, come on.
For real, it's a massive promotion. I'm excited because I really liked him in Oppenheimer.
Yeah,
and I had seen him in forever, and I was like, "Oh, dude, you're great! Like, I would love to see you." So I don't know anything about the character of Zor-El. He's playing and stuff, but I like David. I'm interested in that. I don't know. I'm curious, Rebecca. Do you think that he's a good choice?
Well, Zor-El for Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, he's a scientist, and he figures things out about what happens to Kara's mother and what's happening with Argo, and tries to do something to save it. And so I think he, for a character who is science-based, probably he's a good fit for that. Zor-El as a character throughout the comics is kind of hit or miss. Sometimes he is portrayed as an evil robot, a cyborg Superman.
Yes.
So, and then of course sometimes in some Supergirl runs, Kara's mother is kind of the worst. So you never know what you're going to get with her parents. But it is interesting now that I think about that article. I don't think they specified.
It just says we'll play Supergirl's parents. It just there's no character name.
There's conceivably be an Eliza, Jeremiah, or Fred and Sylvia if they go sort of Silver Age with it. But I imagine it will be her Kryptonian parents because there is an entire issue dedicated to her.
I did read that it was Zor-El, but I don't know if that was official or what. I think it was from one of the Twitter accounts. DC.
I think we just kind of assumed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I got it on his Instagram. He posted it today when he shared the announcement. I was that kid, overflowing drawers full of comics, escaping into worlds unknown, imagining myself having powers that would benefit the greater good. Joining the DC unit is a mind-blowing privilege, representing the symbol of hope in Supergirl as Zor-El is a perfect triumph.
But yeah, that's what I assumed. Yeah.
All right, so that worked. I mean, interesting choice. I mean, again, yeah, like I said, I think we all just kind of like we're like, oh wow, it's like okay. I mean, like I love the fact that you guys agreed. It was like, oh yeah, Bernard is that's the first thing that we think of him because I mean, I love the Santa Claus so much and his character so much. I mean, he's been in so many things. He's shown up in. I mean, he was Adam's Family Values. He was like Wednesday's like love interest.
Yeah.
He was also in the TV show Numbers.
Yeah,
I remember that. That's
show,
a great TV show. And he played. I think if I remember correctly, he played a character who was like a savant or a very smart character. So I think he's a good fit. And I'm interested in Emily Beecham. I haven't seen her well, I guess I have seen her in something. She was in Cruella, which Chris
I've not seen that movie.
The director of Supergirl, Craig Gillespie, I misspoke. The director of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow also did Cruella, so he probably knows her from that, and so he probably thought she would be a good fit for it. So I'm interested to see how they are portrayed, and I'm actually kind of excited because if this is a very superficial thing to be excited about, but in that sort of flashback to what happens to Argo, Kara is wearing like the coolest outfit that I've ever seen Supergirl in. She's got this long red coat and everything, and I'm like, oh, could we get that in live action? So that's what is really exciting about that. If we get that backstory and that origin story, perhaps we'll get to see Millie Alcock in that cool costume that I wish somebody would cosplay at a convention because it's so awesome.
Hey, cosplayers, listen.
Hey, it's good. It's a good Supergirl.
2025. Rebecca will be there, so.
It's funny. The last con I went to, a lot of the DC ones that I saw, the majority of them were Supergirl.
Amazing.
But I mean, you know what? I mean, the question was always too is like, is she going to be doing the skirt, wearing the skirt, the high boots, and kind of thing? I mean, to me, it's just the way that things are going. I mean, there's no way that they don't do that, right? I mean, it's got to be, it's going to be pretty similar. I'm not saying it's going to be an exact, you know, what she looks like in the book, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if like they get pretty close, and the skirt is definitely making a comeback. She's not going to be wearing a full body suit.
I think it's good. Number one, Sasha Kai wore a full bodysuit, so I think that's already kind of. If you want to differentiate, go with the skirt. Number two, I think if anything at all is going to change aesthetically, it's going to be the logo, and it's going to be one that matches David Corn's Sweat Superman.
Yeah, probably.
Those are the two things I think.
Would you prefer that she has that they have their different S's like they've had in some recent comics?
Well, I guess it also depends on how they justify the suit. Is David Cornsweat's Superman suit made by Martha Kent? Would that make it different if it was, you know, is Supergirl's going to be something that she has from Krypton, or did she make it homemade too? And if she makes it homemade too, she probably would make it match Clark's. So I don't know how they're going to go about it, but I would like to see the skirt. I am pro skirt. I feel like Supergirl always should have the skirt. I know there are some problems with it logistically, but I prefer the
like filming in Vancouver.
Well, it gets a little cold up there, but I think I am hoping for the skirt for the majority of the movie. Now, Supergirl does have different looks, so she won't be wearing the Supergirl suit the entire time. If they kind of go with Woman of Tomorrow in the comic book, and she does in that cool look that I was talking about with the long red coat. She has pants on there because she's like out. Like side working and doing things. So I don't anticipate we'll see just the Supergirl suit. I think she'll be wearing a lot of different things.
Well, even look at like what she's wearing most of the time throughout that miniseries. Like she has really tall, like leg long boots.
Yeah, up to her knees, right?
Yeah, basically up to her knees. So I mean, anyone who complains about the skirt saying, well, if you really want to like not be as like showing so much skin, well, there you go. They've basically done it for you.
Yeah,
remember the first two we had in Supergirl season 1 to 5. She season 1 to 4. She had leggings as well. Like they could do that too. I mean, obviously, filming in London isn't probably as chaotic as it is in Vancouver, because I understand why Melissa probably at some point was like, pants, like, because
pants.
Oh my god,
I was very excited about the pants. Yeah.
Oh my god, those fucking interviews were so ridiculous to look at. I'm like, what? Like, y'all calm down. Like, what?
Well, they didn't have a lot going on in season 5, so all they had to talk about.
They had nothing.
Her bangs in the pants.
You could say that about the last 3 seasons of that show.
Let's not.
But like in London, they built these studios and sets at the WB Law, whatever, and so yeah, like I think it will be, the suit from the comic, and then maybe she'll have leggings, and so it won't be that much.
And she's mostly in space too, so it's going to be a lot of green screen, I assume.
Yeah, they'll be indoors.
No, also they will actually go to space. Hey,
listen,
Fast and the Furious did it, so
exactly. Tom Cruise is making a movie in space.
Yeah, they're just gonna hitch a ride on one of Elon's rockets, So.
Or Bezos at this point. They're congratulating each other.
I know. No, but I mean, I think that's always going to be, and I think, they're definitely going to have it. I think, and I think, but like you said, Rebecca, it would be sweet if they just, show an image of her just kind of just bloodied and just kind of like show her as just like.
Hasn't even been a week. Be patient, like
I can't. Come on.
I will say I am looking forward to the style of the film, because I really liked Corella. And I really liked the director's style of Corella and that kind of whole thing. So I think it's going to be stylistic more so than a James Gunn film in that way. And so that's kind of that. And the actress, I really like Millie from House of Dragon and stuff. That's kind of what I'm most looking forward to.
I would echo that, because I was so nervous they were going to hire like a TV director who this was like their first film project, and I was like, no, please do not do that. And when they said it was Greg Gillespie and he had done Cruella and I, Tonya, and I was like,
I love
this guy is a filmmaker. I was so excited. So
not just a filmmaker, but stylistic. Yeah, that's my fan. It's like he makes great movies, great stories and stuff, but he's also got, like Snyder or Fincher or Ridley or any of these other guys, when you're watching one of their movies and stuff. And
those two movies in particular are about a lead female. So that's not something outside of his wheelhouse. So I haven't watched what he does.
I haven't watched Corolla yet, but I watched I, Tonya. Really,
so Corolla was so surprisingly good to me. I had
with the Disney movies. I'm like, I'll watch it when I watch it. Yeah, but
exactly. I felt the same way, and then I watched it because somebody was like, "No, this one's actually different. They actually go there with certain things," and I was like, "Oh my god, they did! This was fantastic."
Yeah, I know. I got to catch it one of the, and I love Emma Stone, and I'm like, but I don't know, just something about the live action Disney ones. I'm like, I actually don't want like Mufasa that just came out, and I'm like, I don't know what
that one's definitely probably one of the best ones. Like,
I would echo that. Yeah.
I think Aladdin was really good.
Aladdin was fun. I mean, Guy Ritchie, you can't go wrong. Guy Ritchie. I mean, as much as like they would still felt like. It didn't feel fully like a Guy Ritchie film. There was aspects of it that I was like, oh, this is Guy Ritchie-isms right here. Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing his guy, because I mean, all the way back to Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I love his movies, his British gangster movies all the way. Snatch is like one of my all-time favorite movies. I fucking love that movie.
Brad Pitt as the Irish boxer.
Dude, you know what's so funny about that movie? I came across something recently. It was like some info about that. Like Brad Pitt wanted to work with Guy Ritchie so much, and then he was actually wanting to go for another role in the movie, but Brad Pitt was not good at a British accent. He couldn't pull off the British accent, so Guy Ritchie's like, we can't have you do it. We can make you this guy where you play the gypsy boxer where you don't understand you, and totally nailed it. I'm like, yeah, that was like a match made, because he was perfect for that role, because he looked like a boxer, he had the shape of a boxer, and then he just had to be like, yeah, like ducks, just all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And it worked out because
it was also during the time too that I find funny, like Brad was actively trying to get away from pretty boy roles. So he did Fight Club, he did that, he did like
why don't need to worry about that anymore.
Yeah.
I think it was a movie right after Fight Club that came out. Yeah. So
Yep.
So I mean, I don't know, I just fucking love that. I could put on that movie and watch that movie at any time. It's just one of my all-time favorites. Like, it's a comfort movie, even though it's ridiculous.
I really love. It's underrated for him, but I loved Rock and Rolla.
Rock and Rolla was good too.
I haven't seen that, but I heard it's great.
Yeah,
really
Rock and Rolla was good too. Gerard Butler was in that, right?
Gerard Butler, Idris Elba, and Tom Hardy.
Yeah, Tom Hardy was in that, and then what's his name too? Who played Dr. Doom in Fantastic Four Stick?
Oh yeah,
who played Coda in
Toby Kebbell.
Oh no.
There you go. Yeah,
Toby
sorry,
Kebbell.
sorry, different.
Yeah, no, it's a good movie too. It's just that Guy Ritchie's just really good at those ensemble casts where it's just, it's you get these introductions. I mean, I love The Gentleman too. The Gentleman was really good too. I really enjoyed that. I mean, and having Matthew McConaughey, and they turned that into a series. I haven't watched the series yet, but no, Guy Ritchie is one of my all-time favorites. But yeah, I think what he did with Aladdin, and like he did what he could. I think there was pepperings of Guy Ritchie in there, but it wasn't enough for me to be like, oh, this movie's great. I don't know, just the live-action Disney movies. Jungle Book, yeah, okay. That felt like hey, Jon Favreau did a really good job with that.
I think that's my favorite one, probably Jungle Book.
Yeah.
Dumbo, the underrated one, because I felt like Tim Burton.
It's so weird. I like Dumbo.
I loved it.
That Tim Burton hates it makes it.
He hates it.
He literally talked about how like he hated making that movie so much because he fought Disney.
I can understand it. I can understand it because he probably fought tooth and nail.
That was the last Disney movie he made, and he said he'll never make a movie with Disney again.
Totally understandable.
He wanted to make it weirder. I have a feeling.
Well,
he wanted to tap into the darker stuff from the original.
He wanted to make it weirder.
Kind of.
It does kind of, but like. And it's weird because I liked it when it came out and stuff.
So did
then he did a whole interview where he's like, I hate that fucking movie. And I'm like, oh, shit.
It interesting enough, like, people like hating making a movie. Like, Matt Damon hated making The Firstborn. Like, he actively, like, on interviews, he trashed that movie.
Wow.
Yeah, that movie had a huge trouble with production. I think it was kind of a miracle.
And that's probably why he hated it.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's more stories out there like that we probably even don't even know about, where it's like, people just flat out hated making certain movies and they end up being classics. I mean, may he rest in peace, who just passed away recently, David Lynch. He hated Dune. He hated his Dune movie, didn't he? I think it was been on record.
But they had done interviews with David since, and I think even just. I mean, I think it was a long time ago now, probably, but I mean, he's pretty much disowned that movie as far as like his filmography goes, and it was so painful for him that he wouldn't even talk about the process a lot of the times. Like after a while in interviews, he would just say, "I don't want to talk about that movie."
I want to hear what Mark Webb has to say about Snow White.
For the record, Tim Burton did not directly say he hated Dumbo. The quote is, "The thing about Dumbo is that why I think my days with Disney are done. I realized that I was Dumbo, that I was working in this horrible big circus, and I needed to escape." That movie is quite autobiographical at a certain level.
So it's not that he hated it, but he had a struggle. I mean, for the most part, that movie felt like a Tim Burton movie. Like some of the other Disney movies, you couldn't feel like, who's the director? I mean, like when Favreau did Jungle Book, I was like, good job, Favreau. And like, I could feel like, Favreau put his stamp on it, and he created this, like, you have the kid and you have a bunch of CGI animals, and I thought he did a great job. When it came to Lion King, I was like, oh yeah, that's you directing it? It just feels like Disney directed this, and it was like just adapted to live action. Didn't feel like there was any kind of signature, and I felt like that, like that they were trying to like hire these directors, and like I said, Guy Ritchie there was a little Guy Ritchie-isms in there, but for the most part, it felt like he probably had a struggle. I think he was actually on Rogan's podcast where he said he did it. Yeah, he also had a struggle with that movie too, because they weren't fully allowing him to do what he wanted to do. So I mean, that's the thing. You get into that Disney machine, man, and it's just Well,
Disney's been going back and forth with this because there was that. I mean, we talked about this at length. It was more so prevalent in the superhero movies, but they were their strategy, and to a degree it was working, so I understand why they kept doing it, but their strategy was, let's make this as generic as possible, because we found that when we do that, we make more money, and they were. And now it's getting to the point where everyone's just kind of like sick of that in general, whether it be a superhero movie or not. Like, it's just like we're tired of that. So it's now Disney actually has to like focus and try to be more like.
But even then, they get somebody like, I think when you bring up superhero big comparisons, like Sam Raimi doing Doctor Strange.
That was a good move.
I liked, and you can definitely feel that it's Raimi.
Hell yeah!
Oh yeah,
behind the wheel.
It's still one of the best shot like movies, and I mean,
but it's so weird having to watch him play to the Marvel. There's a story Marvel that he had to tell, to a certain extent, that Marvel gave him, and all these types of things, and it's a balance of him getting to do his thing, but having to stick to that machine, that Marvel machine,
There was definitely like reworkings and rewrites, but I mean, it's still a capable movie, and I'd like to assume that Feig at least was more respectful to him, because like, and if you're a Marvel fan, you like Raimi's royalty. I mean, you're talking the original Spider-Man director. Spider-Man 2 still is one of the best Marvel movies ever made, but like you don't want to chain the visuals of Raimi, like, and his vision is one of the few in the MCU that has shined through. Again, back to Favreau, like, he did Iron Man, and then they kind of took from Favreau's, like, the way that he set that movie up, and they kind of used that as a template mixed with Donner's Superman for like the rest of the MCU and that type of formula. Then the Russos brought their aesthetic to it and how they formulated stuff like that, and they're the only other people other than maybe Raimi and Favreau that have kind of left a big mark, which is why I'm very.
I think Ryan Coogler deserves to be part of that conversation too.
That's true. Yeah, Ryan did shine through. I'm sorry, you're right. No,
well, depending on who you talk to, James Gunn and Taika Waititi are probably in that mix as well.
I would say Gunn more than Waititi for sure, because Gunn at least got the whole trilogy.
Wait, hold on.
I don't want to praise Gunn as much because his
Taika is a filmmaker.
Did everything negatively.
Is Taika a filmmaker? Is that what we're like having us also believe?
Like I said, depending on who you talk to, there are a lot of dumb people on the internet.
What? Shocking.
Yeah, not the biggest fan of
the only good Thor movie was the first one. Kenneth Branagh was the one that brought some.
See, I would say Kenneth too, because like, and even that Kenneth stayed on for producing a lot of those Avengers movies and stuff. Like, I don't know how involved he was, but like, I think he got Thor right the best. The kind of Shakespearean.
I didn't know that Kenneth was producing some of the Avengers stuff. I know Favreau.
Well, this is just through phase one, Austin.
Yeah, through phase one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just because
he had a voice cameo in Infinity War. He was like at the very beginning.
Yep.
Like,
yeah, that was him. I did know that. That's cool. But no, I meant more like in terms of like people talk about this all the time about how certain voices get muddled in the MCU. But yeah, I know. I mean, we can definitely agree that Coogler definitely shined through. James Gunn did, yes, but Phil and I would both agree. I think that like that was a double-edged sword, because yes, James shined through, but the executives then took his template and kind of had it affect the rest of the MCU for better or worse, depending on how you want to go about it. But I definitely feel that they should have leaned more into Favreau and Russo's take on the characters and stuff. Have there be some levity for sure, but keep things grounded and keep it keep stakes there and keep it and go like I mean, it's a little bit hard. It's a little bit more difficult when you're getting outside of Captain America, but you have to look at it at Infinity War. I mean, they handled that so well. And then Endgame for me is kind of a mixed bag, because I feel it was definitely the Russos, but I definitely feel that it was Marvel Studios working their thing with Disney and trying to, wrap up an era and then, to start a new era and not knowing how things were going to go. And, and as we've seen, it's been kind of a huge mixed bag at best. But,
Rebecca, do you have? I know you don't follow MCU like that, like closely, but do you have a favorite director, like style from the MCU that, like, from the things that you have seen, like?
Yeah, no, I really liked the first phase of the MCU. That was until the Joss Whedon first Avengers movie, which I thought was mediocre at best. But that's just I have a lot of unpopular opinions. I understand that. But
it's okay. It's a safe space, Rebecca. Power or freedom of speed. It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Except Barry is always faster than Kara. That's the only thing that you need to get through your head.
That's up for debate.
Yeah.
I would say that the Kenneth Branagh first Thor movie was one of my favorites. I also liked the first Iron Man movie, but I quit the MCU after the first Ant-Man movie. The scene that broke me was what was what's the female lead in that movie? What is her?
Oh, Evangeline Lilly.
Well, I don't remember the character's name.
Hope Van Dyne.
Yeah. Wasp. Yes. She was telling this like heartfelt story about her mother, and she, was really pouring out her heart. And then like the button to that scene is what's his face, Scott coming in and like cracking a joke, and I was like, I was really into this emotional moment with her. And then you totally ruined it. And that was the moment that made me quit the MCU. But I really enjoyed those first, 4 or 5 movies that felt like they were trying for something. And even though some of them didn't make a lot of money, I really liked those first attempts. So I would echo the first Thor movie. I thought was actually something that was made from Kenneth Branagh's point of view and his perspective on how he viewed those characters, and I thought that was really special.
Yeah, there's a lot of debate too, because obviously the Avengers 1, I mean they were pretty much done with Avengers 1, but it lines up in tandem with the acquisition by Disney and stuff like that. But a lot of people, because beforehand, I mean, before I understood how things worked, I thought it was like Paramount kind of calling the shots with Marvel Studios kind of, working back and forth. But pretty much it was just Marvel Studios were making the movies from what money they had, and Paramount was basically releasing it, I believe. And then
also Universal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true too with Hulk.
The Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. But then when Disney came in, I mean, for better, it's like a double-edged sword, because on one hand, they got all the money they needed to do for the most part, and then Feige got more and more power as time went on.
It's Feige. It's not Feige. It's Feige.
It doesn't really matter. I'm never going to meet the man.
Can we make Feige happen? I think we should go with Feige. Let's
No. Hey,
there's an actual filmmaker whose name is Feige.
Yeah, Paul Feig.
That's true. That's true. We got to differentiate. Yeah.
He doesn't have an E at the end. That's all. Other than that, it's the same letters, so I can understand.
Yeah,
Paul.
That's fair.
I mean, for better or worse, in terms of what I've seen happen, I think Disney. I think for the most part, up until the end of Endgame, I think Marvel Studios and Disney had a pretty decent relationships in terms of like what compromises they made on both ends. But then when Kevin got more and more power, also from Ike Perlmutter, and then he had to oversee a lot more Marvel products. So it was like, again, double-edged sword. He got more power and was able to control more things, but he was also stretched thin too at the same time, because when you're looking over like, I don't know, 50 different TV shows plus movies and everything else, like you kind of lose your.
That's why they have like someone like Brad Winterbaum now like handling television, and I think that at some point, I mean, I think that when it comes to the movie, I don't think Kevin is going to be like the only one like involved like in terms of like capacity as we get for. I think when we see Phase 7 and beyond, I think there's going to be some
Phase 7. Oh God.
Yeah, I think we
got to finish the multiverse saga first, Austin. That we got to finish that first.
Yeah. Well, the reconstruction period is going to be
Phase 5. We're on Phase 5
right now. We're on Phase 5.
Phase 6 begins with the Fantastic Four this summer.
Okay,
I didn't know that.
I
you learn something every day, Austin. It's okay.
It's true.
Did we already? Has everyone already discussed the Daredevil?
Nope. We're this was actually going to be a good way to lead right into it. Yeah.
Okay.
How we feeling about it? How we feeling about Daredevil Born Again? I mean, come on.
Feeling good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Around Phil.
Hated it. Come on, dude.
Of course you loved it.
I loved it, man. I broke it down on my show, Friday Phil,
Yeah.
just a couple hours ago. You know, I loved what I saw. I love seeing Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio back in their respective roles. Like, you know, in those helmets he's got on display, I'm just like, I want to see the costumes to those helmets. I hope that's the case. My boy John Bernthal's back as the Punisher. I mean, they had me at Daredevil. They had me at Born Again. The way they used the piano keys to do the Daredevil theme, I was just like, this is just fucking. My birthday is on Sunday. I was like, this is a great early birthday present. Thank you, Marvel. Thank you so much. It's really good. It looks really cool, and it looks like it's taking some inspiration from Devil's Reign, which is a recent thing in Marvel Comics. And they're positioning Wilson Fisk as the mayor of New York, and I was like, oh, that's going to come with some consequences for everyone, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out.
The main thing for me was that organ theme, because the Daredevil main series music was already perfect to me, but
that organ, like
that organ.
Well,
really
the thing is it's the Newton brothers doing the score for this, and it's like, oh, okay, we saw what you did with X-Men '97. You guys did your fucking homework. Good for you.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Rebecca, did you ever watch Daredevil, like the original Daredevil show?
I never did, but it does seem like one of the few Marvel things that I would be interested in.
You would be.
I did hear somebody did tell me one time that there was a lot of discussions on faith and things like that.
Oh yes.
So I think I would be really into that.
His scenes in the church.
I'm sorry.
Phenomenal. His scenes in the church are phenomenal.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I like the character of Daredevil, so I think I would be really interested. So I guess give me so I'm kind of ignorant about the succession of like where to start.
We just start with Daredevil
season 1.
Daredevil was the beginning of the Netflix. Marvel stuff.
Right.
So
do I need to watch all of those others like Iron Fist?
Not necessarily.
Definitely not Iron Fist.
No. Okay.
No,
you can watch Daredevil all the way through without having to watch any of the other stuff. There are little references.
Well, Defenders a little bit because
Defenders and Punisher, but
basically you would have if you wanted to get like the whole scope of Matt Murdock's story, you would have to go Daredevil season 1 and 2, jump into Defenders, maybe a little bit of Punisher if you're really feeling John Bernthal. I don't know how you feel about John Bernthal.
I like John Bernthal.
Okay, then there you go. He's got 2 seasons of his own show in the Punisher, and then you go from Defenders, because there's only 1 season of Defenders, so it doesn't really matter. You go from that into season 3 because Defenders ends, and then Daredevil season 3 begins.
Okay. Where are we currently with Daredevil? What is this? Is this
Born Again is a
so what happened was
it's like they're season 4, but they're just calling it Daredevil.
And if you want, you can watch She-Hulk.
Oh no!
I like She-Hulk.
Oh right, yeah, he's connected to She-Hulk. Right?
He's in the
but not really.
And you can also you can watch Echo. Then I'll watch Echo. It's just a 5-episode series. You see Vincent D'Onofrio a lot, and you get something with Daredevil as well.
Echo, I think, actually is the series that features a place where I work.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Nice. If you see, I think it has like.
Why didn't you take set photos, Rebecca? Why didn't you take set photos when they were filming there? You could have.
No, they didn't shoot at that location, but it's hinted at it. So I think it like comes up as like I forget what it says, what the title card says, but it's not the same name as one of the places where I work.
I guess you could also maybe throw in Hawkeye there too, because Kingpin does make his resurgence in that.
That's okay.
Maybe, if you want to.
And Spider-Man No Way Home as well.
No.
I guess.
Yeah.
Charlie Cox in one scene.
If we're going with the line that's used, it is used in the trailer. So I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get a list from y'all later. So you have to give me the right order.
I will make you a list happily.
And he makes a cameo in X-Men '97, but that doesn't count.
That's a whole different.
I mean, I would be honest. You can do Daredevil. I would recommend Punisher because it's really, really good as well.
Okay. I think I'd be into
tolerate Defenders and get through, because Phil is right. The end of Defenders sets up where Daredevil season 3 takes off and that type of stuff. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's I think those are the most important.
Okay. I mean, it's not required, because it's just like when you get to the end of Daredevil season 2, and then if you went right into season 3, there's just a very jarring difference in where he is there and then where he begins in season 3. You're gonna be like, what the fuck is going on? So you, in a way, like if you want the full spectrum of where Matt Murdock was, you would have to watch Defenders.
If I don't have time to watch all that, can I just hop on here and be like, can y'all tell me, sum it up in about 50 words?
Do that. We can do that.
All right.
I'm pretty sure the guy down here, Mr. Chris Balga, has a whole podcast dedicated to stuff.
Okay,
So,
that's a good tip. I might check that out then. All right.
There you go.
We got you.
Matter of fact, John Bernthal returning as the Punisher was broken on their podcast. Just
look
FYI.
at you. All right.
Nice.
See?
Brent just asked the question when he saw him at the Comic-Con, and he answered the
Oh,
question.
that's right. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
They got the exclusive.
And it's so cool. It was so cool to see him. But what's interesting though about the trailer, like one of the interesting aspects is the fact that, I mean, obviously not what was season 3 came out 2018. Jesus Christ! First off, that is quite a gap, and it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, which is crazy. And then of course now they have to incorporate that. Hey, some of these characters, went through the blip or whatever. I hate that fucking term. I like the snap. Why didn't they call it just a snap? I don't know. But anyway,
snap is everyone going. Blip is everyone coming back. Right?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Whatever.
No, I'm just kidding.
I know.
All right.
No, but I just
even then, you could call it a snap because the Hulk was the one who snapped everyone back into reality.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess blip, whatever. That's what. But I'm kind of curious. I'm like, all right. So I mean, obviously, when you see Frank. Almost knocked over my drink again. Man, what is going on with my elbow knocking into my drink?
You're doing with gusto tonight.
Yes, totally. Just 2. Could have been 2. No, but I'm like, so when you see Frank, I'm like, all right. I mean, that exchange is going to be interesting to see that play out, because I mean, Frank looks like he looks like a hobo. I mean, he's like bearded, long hair.
If you had not told me it was a Daredevil Born Again trailer, I would have been like, "Is this a new shot from him on the bear?" Because he looks. That's exactly what he looks like.
That's what he looks like there.
But yeah. So I was kind of like, "What? Like, why does he look exactly the same? Like, what has Frank been doing that, Yeah.
He's had that long hair and the beard.
He started a restaurant, and it did not go well.
No, can I say something because all right, thanks.
No,
I think it's really interesting with John Bernthal because, look, to me, when I think of the Punisher, I'm always thinking of more of the old school Punisher, or maybe like the Thomas Jane Punisher or the Garth Ennis Punisher, which is that like once this shit happens to Frank Castle ceases to be. He becomes the Punisher. He becomes a killing machine, and then it's just more people are always sort of reacting to Frank. And he's just a force of nature, and then he just moves from, one mission to the next. Obviously, that's, kind of can be done well in a comic, but for an actor, that's a little bit harder to, especially on a long-running series, to kind of keep doing like over and over and over again. John Bernthal is a more modern-day Punisher. He's a more they try to make it the fact that he's always wrestling between the Punisher and who he was as Frank Castle before his terrible tragedy turned him into the Punisher, basically. So, I mean, I think even between Daredevil season 2 and the actual Punisher show, I think he goes in and out of being the Punisher more than once. So I could see where maybe he did. I'm talking in terms of Born Again. There's a chance maybe Frank, was on like a sabbatical or something. I mean, and again, he could have even been snapped or blipped himself. We don't even officially know. And maybe when he came back into existence, he saw that all of the work that he did literally meant nothing. And like all of it, it was all just as bad as he left it, essentially. So maybe that affected him, psychologically. We have no real idea. I don't know if they're going to go that in depth with it, but now that, these characters are officially a part of the MCU, which has all been, certified. They've taken all the shows and put them into the MCU continuity officially outside of Netflix. Maybe they'll actually be able to go more in depth with those things and how it affects all the characters on a large scale. But that's just my personal theory. I have no context or clues, but he's got that hatchet. My guess is Daredevil caught him in the middle of doing his work, so to speak.
Well, he also wants to bury the hatchet too.
That
symbolic.
Well.
Does anybody know how many episodes? It's
9.
9.
It's only 9. I thought it was 18 episodes.
So they're split it up.
Not half a season 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're starting to film season 2. Like,
wait, season 2 will be 18 episodes?
No, it will be 9 episodes.
Okay, they split it.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, I think it was an 18 episode order, and I know there was the reconstruction and stuff, but that was
correct on both counts. Yes.
Yeah. So okay, but either way, for me, this is intriguing because I feel for the most part the original 3 seasons was, it took from the original origin, as well as primarily, I want to say, Frank Miller and the Bendis and the Brubaker stuff. Yes. This seems to be taking a lot more from the Charles Soule and Chip Zdarsky runs. So I'm really intrigued to see like where they go with that. So yeah.
I really want to see Daredevil in that black and metal armor. I
dude.
I love that so much. I love that Daredevil suit so much. I've told Chris about this too.
It's great.
It's so beautiful. I can't fucking wait. I hope they do Shadowland. It's gonna be fucking bonkers. Oh my god.
Oh, man.
I can't.
They kind of did Shadowlands and Defenders, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, Shadowland's a very controversial arc. They'd have to really, really like what do you call it? Straddle the tightrope with that one.
That's the thing about adaptations. You go with what works. You leave out what doesn't.
Right.
Well, the problem with Shadowlands was necessarily the event. It was all the cruddy tie-ins, and it was a cash grab. The event was okay. It wasn't bad. It was just everything else around it.
Right.
I never want to hear the hand ever again after that show. I was like, I'm so
the hand.
Hand.
Yeah. But no,
I understood that reference.
I'm just excited. You guys know me. I like things that are more grounded and gritty and stuff like that. So this is the style of Daredevil that I like. I think that Charlie is such a good actor though too. Like even his appearance in She-Hulk, I don't mind because he's in the yellow costume. He's a more puckish rogue Daredevil. And he plays both still very well. Yeah. He plays the disgruntled. Yeah, he's good. He's got fantastic fucking range. D'Onofrio looks like he's Netflix Kingpin though, which I'm very, very happy about. I was very mixed and negative.
Too.
Huh?
He's thinned out too.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, he looks a little like thinner in the face. I'm wondering
was he's wearing a CGI or a fat suit in the
well, he did lose weight. He did lose weight. I'm kind of wondering they probably put a little bit of something on him just to give him.
Yeah, they gave him a fat suit.
They gave him a weighted suit for Echo. They gave him a weighted suit for that. But at the same time, I mean, like Dave pointed out, like it's been almost 2018, 2025. It's been nearly 7 years, and there's going to be about a 5 or 6 year time jump. And to Paul's point, like we don't know who was blipped, who was not. The only thing for sure, and I think Chris even mentioned this on his latest episode, was that Daredevil himself, he survived the snap. He was operating when people were missing. Whether or not like Frank Castle, Foggy and Karen, even Kingpin himself, like I don't know. Did Kingpin ever mention whether
Kingpin survived?
He did survive.
Yeah, I would have been that snapped.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't recall if that was a line of
Echo confirms that he was.
Echo.
I thought that was kind of like his rise to power. Was those 5 years of not having to deal with a lot of things he kind of rose up.
I think either Karen or Foggy. I think one of them also went in the snap. I think that's where because in the trailer, there seems to be a lot of allusion to the fact that he not only does Daredevil cross a line at some point, that's why he retired. But I think like other dark shit went down during the snap. That like and if it was either Foggy or Karen who disappeared, then I could totally see him being even more of a loose cannon during that period.
It's possible.
Yeah. I mean, look what happened to Hawkeye. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I think he's going to take down Bullseye, and that's the line he crosses.
I don't know. I don't know because the way they released set photos, they had Bullseye, Daredevil, and Punisher all in the same set pics. And then there is that one shot in the trailer where you see a figure who's down, he's just surrounded in fog. So you just see a silhouette, but he tosses a smoke can inside of a bar or something, and he's holding a shotgun. Based on the set photos, I was like, that's Bullseye. That is 100% Bullseye.
We are going to see him in full costume. That's going to be
If we're going by comics, because Daredevil has killed people, but it's usually always by accident, and that's the thing. It's usually, but it's usually not a big foe. It's always sort of like a henchman. It's more of bad circumstances that Daredevil just either wasn't paying attention to out of anger, or something happens where like he beats a person very badly, and then because of some other injury that maybe they had before, or something happens where it's more kind of out of his control. But
he did
they
it during
die
the Soul Run.
Yeah, like I think a guy dies due to inflicting wounds, and Matt did not calculate correctly. He hit that guy, and then the guy ended up dying doing to Matt's actions. So Matt, of course, blames himself. Of course, the Catholic guilt is a huge factor in that as well. He turns himself in as Daredevil. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and I think there was a Defenders by Bendis, which was pretty good. And there's even a whole issue in there where Matt accidentally kills somebody, and it's more out of his control. And he has a meeting with the other Defenders like Jessica Jones and Luke Cage and Iron Fist, and he's just like, guys, like, I feel terrible. This guy died because of my actions and stuff like that. And all of the other Defenders basically are like, dude, first off, one, he was a henchman working for so and so. He knew what the risks were involved. Two, like, we've all accidentally killed somebody. Right. And Daredevil's like, what? And they're like, no, God, dude.
Of course he would be shocked, but then I have no clue. Like, wait, what?
Well, yeah, he didn't see that coming.
Come on, man, low hanging fruit. But yeah, but no, the whole issue was dealing with the idea that, like, Bendis is basically also saying to us, it's like, yeah, like, I'm being realistic here. These are street vigilantes. The chances are of them not accidentally killing somebody is very, like, it's very it's just bound to happen. It's a law of average. It's not that they want to hurt or kill people. It's just, a lot of them have super strength. A lot of them, don't know their own strengths sometimes, and it's not necessarily that they want to do something that crosses the line per se. But it's just more of like something sometimes is out of their control, basically. And they're just trying to they're not saying for Matt to get over it. They're just saying, like, dude, don't blame yourself that hard. Like, this person was a piece of shit to begin with. Like, he doesn't deserve I know you're overly Catholic, Matt, but you gotta like pull it back a bit. But no, like, so they play with that shit all the time in the comics, and I could see that being the case where it's like, yeah, and especially this Daredevil, this version of Daredevil, this guy would accidentally kill somebody. Like, and it's but again, not meaning to really take someone's life, but I could see something going out of his control, and he blames himself because he's so guilty with his Catholic guilt and how he is as a character, as Matt Murdock is written. So yeah, but wasting that on, look, he's faced off with Bullseye multiple times, and mainly how Bullseye is, and that he's a fan favorite character and stuff. Like, I think Bullseye kills, in the comic books, has killed both Elektra and Karen Page. Yes. And he destroys Bullseye to the point of where he's like in like a full body cast, but doesn't kill him, basically.
Pain. Yeah.
It's basically like Wilson Bethel. He's only in 3 episodes for this season. So, like, if this is meant to be a short run,
spoiler alert.
That's not a spoiler. That's been announced by Hollywood Reporters. So, learn to read. But yeah, so that would make sense. Like, if he died like towards like after those 3 episodes, that could be like where like it sets up even darker stuff for season 2, which supposedly starts filming next month.
In fairness, we also see that Wilson Bethel as Bullseye, Special Agent Poindexter, he's incarcerated. So him being in 3 episodes isn't all that surprising either. He's probably, if I had to guess, he's probably going to be in probably the final 3, if not maybe for sure the final episode, sprinkled throughout somewhere in the season. That's
probably because we have White Tiger, and then what's the other?
White Tiger and Muse.
So White Tiger is very sad, I guess, because
the actor who portrayed him passed away.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. So they filmed it obviously when he was still alive, and I mean, this is how far ahead they filmed everything. But yeah, I don't know a lot about the character of White Tiger. I know of him. I don't know all of the history, but
I know that. Sorry, I know he has a daughter, but
okay, yeah. There's some legacy stuff at play. Yeah.
So they could pass it on if they want to bring back White Tiger again into the the street vigilante Marvel stuff. My whole bigger thing between No Way Home and Daredevil Born Again, I'd like Spider-Man 4 to incorporate Daredevil and Kingpin, because the crossovers with Daredevil and Spider-Man in the comic books are always bangers. There's never a time where they're not utilized well. And Matt and Peter get along like good friend co-workers, and Tom Holland and Charlie Cox, I could totally see vibing with each other and making that work. So I hope that they do something like that. I know Sony is Sony. And but I mean, that's another reason too why I feel
I would love to see that, but I would also, my big thing too is also because, like, for me, being a Spider-Man fan, like Kingpin was a big villain with Spider-Man too and stuff, and so like,
and Vincent has been like saying for years, like, I want to be in Spider-Man.
I would. I mean,
I think Punk's butt.
I definitely agree. I would love to see Matt stuff, but even if it's just something like Vincent, bring Kingpin into the Spider-Man fold. I would love that.
One of the coolest scenes of just Peter letting loose on Kingpin was Back in Black, when he put a hit out on his family, and Aunt May's taken down, and he just goes to prison in front of everyone and just wails on Kingpin at that point, and just says, "You come after my family again, I'll end you."
Yeah, he beats the absolute dog shit out of Kingpin in that, and it is amazing, no pun intended.
Yeah. And the thing is,
it's
too,
spectacular, but not friendly though.
Not friendly. I believe too,
not a
because
friendly
at
neighborhood.
At the time, it was during the Civil War stuff. So I think he went to prison as Peter Parker, because it was already it was known.
He
did it. And he did it as Peter.
And the black suit he made, just real quick, but the black suit he made, it was one he made. It was not the symbiote suit either.
Okay. Yeah. But he went to show up as Parker to make it a point. He's like, I'm not doing this as Spider. Like this is a personal vendetta on me. And he basically lays. But it goes to show people always underestimate how strong and fast Peter actually is. And when he lets loose, there was a thing, I think it was one of the again, I'm not huge on Dan Slott, but I think it was when Doc Ock was in his body, and then he lets loose. Doc Ock lets loose as Spider-Man, and he punches someone and their jaw comes off. Ooh. And then Doc Ock is like, "Oh my God, this Spider-Man's been holding back this entire time," and stuff like that too.
I just love watching Rebecca's reactions to it, because I know that she doesn't read Marvel at all. And she's like, what? And I know that she's like,
learning. Oh, jaw got knocked off.
Fun fact though, the guy who wrote that book is now working on a Superman story called Superman Unlimited.
I mean, that's the thing. They go, it's all hand in hand kind of thing. It's like these similar storytellers are just going back and forth.
Yeah, but unlike Brian Michael Bendis, this actually sounds like a really fun story.
I'm only interested because I like the artist Albuquerque.
Raphael Albuquerque.
I'm not huge on Dan Slott. I will recommend, especially to Rebecca, because I know she loves girl-centric stories. His She-Hulk is very well done. I wish that
I've heard good things about She-Hulk in the comics.
His Fantastic Four book is also leagues and bounds better than anything else he's ever written too.
Well, that's good to know. And I will say this. I'll give credit where credit is due, because in my opinion, Dan Slott for me always kind of goes. He always kind of makes controversy whenever he shows up in a book, basically. And he had opportunity to do so with Fantastic Four, but from what I know, he had to handle. He did the wedding of Ben Grimm and his girlfriend Alicia. And if you know Ben Grimm, he always has things, go wrong and stuff. And so from what I know, that issue actually worked out really well. And it was a very well done wedding. Because in general, in comic books, weddings and activities where everyone gets together is almost always an opportunity for a disaster to strike in the books and stuff. And so from what I know, the wedding was actually handled very, very well. So I'll give.
That's also the case on soap operas.
Yes.
Something crazy always happens at a wedding.
I think when Barry and Iris were getting married during Crisis on Earth X, Nazis literally show up.
That's a
I mean, you gotta get. They're always crashing parties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Catwoman left Batman at the altar. No big deal.
Yeah, let's just when it comes to superheroes and weddings, just go to the courthouse, get it done real quick.
Right.
But even then, who knows what's going to happen? But yeah, don't have a whole ceremony because something's going to happen.
But whatever you do, if you have like a second superhero wedding, whatever you do not invite another superhero couple that is currently struggling with their relationship, because then they're going to make it all about themselves. And then they're going to be like, you know what? Now we should get married.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. Because when the Batman Catwoman thing happened, the same time Kitty Pryde was supposed to marry Colossus, and then she left Colossus, and then ended up being Gambit and Rogue got married instead, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Yeah.
Wild shit.
It's a miracle.
You know what's really ironic about that?
We were able to get married without any problems.
You know what's really ironic about that, Paul? Is like the Tom King Batman run is hit or miss. I mean, people love it, people hate it, right? Yeah. The Batman Catwoman book is actually really fucking good.
Okay, that's the Tom King Batman Catwoman book.
Yeah,
okay. with Clayman on the art. Yeah, it's actually really solid because they bring in the Phantasm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Phil. Does Liam
Sharp
Phantasm about halfway through, right?
Yeah. Liam Sharp, I think, does issue 8.
Okay.
I think he does issue 8, maybe 9. I know for sure he comes in and covers a few books, but it mostly is Tom King Clayman. And Clayman is like the closest Andy Kubert, Jim Lee mix I have ever seen when it comes to art, because my God, his shit is beautiful.
Yeah, Clayman does a good job. I tried reading Batman Catwoman, but again, I kind of fell off. But if it's all collected, I can probably read it through in one go and have a much better
definitely a much better read collected than it is month
issue to issue. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, and again, Rebecca, I will go out of my way to read the Woman of Tomorrow.
I'm gonna ask you next time I see you.
Dude, I know. Next time she shows up, I'm gonna have this.
She did not stutter. She's gonna fact check.
There
will be a pop.
quiz. Yeah. Trust me, like when I knew she was coming on, I was like, shit, I still haven't read it. I'm like, maybe I could read it. Maybe I could read it before I get. But then I was like, I have to make dinner.
Rebecca isn't mad. She's just disappointed that you didn't.
I know. I know. No. The next time that Rebecca is going to come on here, I'm going to have that thing read. I think I'm going to read it this week.
I'm at least halfway through. I'm halfway through. So.
See, you're only halfway through. See, you're in the.
I have nothing to worry about. I read that book.
Anything that isn't filmed.
I read that 3 times.
I read that book over a year ago, so I'm
okay. Some of y'all are in the doghouse.
Yeah, I know. I'm totally like.
There you go. Chris knows what I'm talking about. Chris.
Well, that's the poster I want to be used for like when they do the movie.
That's that again, going back to that, I'm like, the first image of her, they have to like do some kind of one of the covers, anytime I type it in to like reference something, I'm like, there's so many cool little covers that they have. I mean, even
like become iconic, that little cover.
Yeah, I mean, but I really like the fact that it's like her on the beach, bloody.
Mm-hmm.
That would be pretty.
I just want to see what it's awesome. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that book is really famous for the Bilquis Evely.
Is that how you pronounce their name? Bilquis
Evely? That's how I've been. That's what I heard at one point. I don't know. I would like to get them on Supergirl Radio. Her and Matthias Lopez, who did the coloring.
Please do.
I hope they get full credit, like that it's not just by Tom King when they like in the movies, like Supergirl Woman Tomorrow, based on Supergirl Woman Tomorrow by
look at all the past stuff under James Gunn as it is right now. A lot of the stuff that was created by other people got credit. I would not doubt one bit Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow is going to have.
He's all about giving credit to.
They even said before the James Gunn era, DC's been better about giving.
That's
credit
true.
And
promoting comics,
paying their people.
Marvel could improve on that.
Yeah, I think Matthias. I think it's how you say his name. The colorist. He gets left out a lot. A lot of people talk about Bilquis, but when you look at that book, the color is what really pops out of that. I think because Woman of Tomorrow is such a visual book, I would love it if like the first image of Supergirl is some sort of reference to the visual image of. I would feel very good about that. My concern is because one of the first images that I saw of David Cornsweet's Superman was like somebody's iPhone picture of some newspaper article that was spotted on set, and I was like, oh, that's so low resolution and horrible. So I'm hoping that they at least have some sort of nice picture that has a lot of detail. That would be very.
It would
nice.
be cool if the cinematographer for Woman of Tomorrow, if they're the one, I don't know if it's a he or she or they, but if they're the ones who do, it's a he. Okay, if he's the one who kind of takes
Hardy, I think is his name.
Yeah, I saw a lot of good people were like kind of like buzzed when they saw that he was going to do, and they're like, "Oh no, he has good stuff. He takes the photo, maybe."
It's going to be.
He's worked with Alex Garland on a lot of his movies.
Yeah, it's going to be a beautifully shot movie for sure.
Yeah.
Austin, I know you got to go.
Yeah, I do got to take off, guys. I appreciate you having me. As always, I got to be up early tomorrow, so
work.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you up and by.
Thank you all for having me. Good talking to you. Everybody have a good night.
Yeah,
see you later.
As well, man.
Peace.
Take care.
And then there was only one power bottom.
Oh God! Come on.
No, but like one of the things I did want to talking about the Daredevil stuff, because there was a lot of discussion after Daredevil came out was if Daredevil being a grounded Marvel character can fit into the MCU, then Robert Pattinson can.
I think it's a perfectly okay opinion.
The whole point. They're missing the whole darn point.
Okay, it's a perfectly okay opinion.
Oh my God. Okay, no. All right, no.
I
already ranted off on the beginning. I wanted to get your guys' opinion on because it's like, the comparison is like, okay, I see the comparison, but then when you start going, well, let's get into the details of it, the comparison it falls flat, in my opinion, because I'm like going, okay, so you're comparing Daredevil to Robert Pattinson's Batman. First off, okay, his Batman is still, he's still just a regular guy. Daredevil, yeah, Charlie, he does have a little bit of a superpower, a little bit.
I would say he's an enhanced.
He's a very good lawyer,
but he's also worked with people who have been, and in the first season of Daredevil, they've talked about that it's already existing in the MCU by saying, hey, yeah, the event in New York and the big green guy, and there's like on the Daily Bugle on the wall shows the event in New York. They just couldn't like totally talk about it because probably contractually, but they were referencing the fact that
they could.
Are you sure about that? Because they did.
I'm not going to tell you who I've talked to, but they could.
But they like, I remember Luke Cage and I think it was in Jessica Jones said the big green guy. They said the guy in the Star Spangled Banner.
Because these are kind of characters that wouldn't really because again, someone like Jessica Jones who's like, fuck, don't call me the S word.
Okay.
So yeah,
understandable. But then that means they've already existed in the MCU. So
yeah, that was. But that wasn't. Here's the thing, Dave. Every MCU TV show before Disney Plus shows have always been set in the MCU. It was just the fact that Kevin Feige and Jeff Loeb had. They've had drama behind the scenes, so that's why Kevin Feige, he's a little butthurt and didn't want to acknowledge what television had done. Edith Shield, even if he doesn't appear on that fucking timeline on Disney Plus. Okay, Rebecca, just for reference for you, on Disney Plus, they've literally now put in every show, every season in between each movie, so they know where it plays. Even though Agents of Shield isn't not listed there, Agents of Shield is a direct spin-off from the MCU. The Shield has had an effect on MCU movies before. Just because Kevin Feige doesn't want to acknowledge it does not mean it's not a fact. So the MCU Netflix shows, they could have always referenced it, but it's just the fact that someone like Jessica Jones or Luke Cage, they wouldn't like keep up with these like gimmick superhero names. Like that's why they're like, yeah, this green dude is this magic hammer or whatever. So like again, like they're not comic book fans. They're just like these grounded people with powers. So
understandable. But I mean, but that's part of the argument is like, okay, so Daredevil can exist in a movie that in a world that has a talking raccoon and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, but yeah, okay, fine. I get what you're saying, but it's and yeah, I could see, yeah. But then again, you got to start thinking about what's the story that's already been told when it comes to Robert Pattinson's Batman. And then what's the story that James Gunn has already kind of lightly established already for Batman in the DCU is the fact that it's like, oh, if there's Damian Wayne, we're talking about a Batman that's been around for a bit then. And if you look at the Creature Commandos cameo, Phosphorus was basically referenced that when he was doing his whole crime boss thing, it was like 15 years ago. So Batman makes appearance 15 years. You got to believe that he's been around for 15 years plus tack on some of that. So he's been around for a bit. So what are we going to do? Are we going to retcon Matt Reeves? Or are we going to retcon James Gunn? if we do.
Rebecca, did you watch Creature Commandos?
I haven't. I've seen like a screenshot of it, but I haven't. We might do like a pilot pod or something for Supergirl Radio's Patreon account,
because there might be something Supergirl for there.
Okay, all right.
You're not going to be happy, but there is something Supergirl.
I know. I was like, you're not going to like it, but yeah. Well.
No, yeah. Rebecca, I've known you for 10+ years. I know for a fact, like
you could spoil me on it if you wanted to, because I'm probably not going to watch it.
I love that.
You might as well.
Yeah.
In episode 4, brace yourself, Rebecca, because if you thought the Flash movie fucked up Supergirl, we're gonna have fun. That's very nice. That's very nice, Axel.
That's awesome.
Thank you. In episode 4, Cersei, who is one of the villains for Creature Commandos season 1, she shows Amanda Waller the vision of like what's gonna happen if this person that she's trying to kill doesn't get killed, and essentially it's all the Justice League heroes dead, and on the left corner is Kara.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, but they kill Kara.
So
yes, because
they kill every one of them.
Yeah,
Supergirl died in one comic book, and now that's like the thing she's most famous for. That's why I like Woman of Tomorrow so much. It's like here's actually a Supergirl comic story that's accessible, that you can read in 8 issues, and it tells a lot about Supergirl. And I just really hate it, like the Tomorrowverse killed Supergirl for no reason, just because it was a crisis thing. And then the Flash movie killed Supergirl unnecessarily over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I just really, that's so annoying to me, because Supergirl exists.
I'll tell you what, Rebecca, Peter David's run on Supergirl is one of the best ones I've seen.
It's fantastic. The Peter David run, I always tell people, it's the most bonkers thing you're going to read. It's so fun. It is so out there. It's so, and the Peter David run was influential on a Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, because if you read in the book where Supergirl has fiery wings and such, that's from the Peter David run. So where she's an Earth Angel. And so it really drives me crazy. I'm not surprised that somebody was check
Messenger, Rebecca. Check Messenger, and we will see your reaction. This is going to be
okay. Well, I was just going to say that it's unfortunate that Supergirl has existed since 1959, and that's the only thing people know about her, is that she died in one.
Hey, okay, so let's be fair. Okay, Cersei is showing a future where all the heroes have been impaled. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman,
it's
all of them. It's not just like a Supergirl thing. Andy was selling it like, oh yeah, they just kill Supergirl. No,
because I know because I know I am annoyed. I know that she was annoyed with the last time she saw Supergirl on the big screen or in a cinematic universe. You know, like that car kept getting killed over and over.
Context. Let's add the context.
Yeah, I said in a future. Yeah, I said in a future vision.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's a possible future.
People think they're being clever when they kill Supergirl. I'm like, you're not. You're being lazy. It's lazy. Stop doing it.
It's all of them. It's all of them.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, this will happen.
Red Lantern. That's creative.
Yeah. I mean, you see Green Arrow in there. You see Mr. Terrific in there.
I saw in one of the artists that work on the show had a picture of Swamp Thing in there.
One of the best ones was one of the best deaths in there was Peacemaker. Just saying. Just gonna throw that out there.
Peacemaker was on the ground. He wasn't even impaled. He was on the ground.
Decapitated, cut in half is fucking amazing.
He has questions.
So I have a question. So I did see a screenshot where it was basically Superman crucified like Christ.
Same shot.
So it's the same stuff. That was when I was like, I'm never watching this show, because I laughed about James Gunn. I was like, you think what you're doing is what you're doing, but you're doing it too literally. It's too like it's just annoying how like, oh well, we're gonna really just actually do it now. That to me was so lazy. So I think I'm not surprised that then they took it a step further and killed everybody. But that's just my personal opinion, just because.
But it was a vision. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a real thing.
I get it, but it's like I would
the
prefer.
first time we see Kara in the DCU and we see her as dad, you know,
Of
along with
course.
Same with everybody else.
Yeah,
of course. The Tomorrowverse did Crisis,
I'm
but
not
then
saying
they
it was
didn't.
just her.
Oh God, the Tomorrowverse. What a
Well, the
dumpster
Tomorrowverse
fire.
was like incomprehensible to begin with, and I watched
Absolutely.
It started off strong, and then
I watched
I won't even go
every
that
single
far.
thing.
can't
I
go that far,
watched
Paul.
the Commandy short. I found the Commandy short. I bought the Blu-ray so I could watch it. And that Tomorrowverse thing was totally incomprehensible. And they killed Supergirl for no reason. She dies this big death, and then it never mattered. And I was like, what are
Just
you
like
doing?
The Tomorrowverse
Oh
doesn't
my
matter.
gosh. So so I do get a little irate when people only choose to kill Supergirl in their stories, because to me, I've read not every Supergirl comic, but I've read most of her comic book history, and she is so much cooler than people think. She was a camera operator for a local news station. She
soap actress.
She was a soap opera actress. She studied psychology. She went to like 3 different universities. Supergirl is an amazing character. And so it really irritates me. And in the Peter David run, she's an Earth Angel. She talks to God. I mean, it's an amazing
She becomes
thing.
a Red Lantern.
She becomes a Red Lantern at some
Oh
point.
shit, I forgot about that.
And she's like best friends with Silver Banshee in the New 52. It's amazing. So it's like, to me, it's lazy when you go straight to, oh, let's kill Supergirl, because that was like the big thing she's known for. And I'm like, oh, that sucks.
To bring it back to a positive note. So I do know.
Sorry, I get really irritated about it.
No, Rebecca, I'm with you, because again, this is the argument that I always have with people when because you know me, I like darker stuff, but I always say people, I'm like, no, there's a difference. There's meaning, and then there's just killing things for like no reason or whatever the case is.
Shock value sometimes.
Shock value, yeah. Shock
killing Black Canary in a Green Arrow TV show.
Oh, don't get me started.
God.
Don't get me started.
And they killed the wrong canary. Let's be honest. But anyway, the point
agreed.
No, wait, Paul. Which canary? Wait, which canary are you actually referencing?
Oh boy,
I'm talking that the younger, better sister should have been the one not killed, and the
he's a Laurel hater. He's a Laurel hater.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are. Look, it doesn't matter. I don't even remember half. But
you don't want to fight me and Rebecca when it comes to Laurel lads. So.
We will agree to disagree.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. So
we'll agree that he's wrong.
Back to my positive note. I do want to say they've just recently collected finally Peter David's whole Aquaman run in omnibus form. I was getting the smaller collection graphic novels of his Supergirl, but I'm thinking hopefully that they're, because I think the publishing DC people have been like sort of revamped, so I'm hoping soon that they're going to have the Peter David Supergirl run collected in omnibus form, especially with the Supergirl movie on the way out, or I'm assuming going to get filmed and done. So I'd like to see if that gets collected, and then finally I can kind of go through it all in one go. I want to say I have like the first 2 or 3 collections or so. It's like to point like where like I think Comet the Super Horse becomes a dude or something, and then it's a, like you said, it's a bonkers run.
So Comet the Super Horse is different based on the writer who's writing him. The Peter David run has a different kind of Comet than say the Silver Age does. So if you are interested in reading up on Supergirl before the movie comes out, I would say read. There are some oh my gosh, what do they call them? There's like 2 volumes of Supergirl in the Silver Age. I would definitely recommend reading those. And then the Peter David run for sure. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but those 2 things I think are the most influential on Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow.
Other than the Tom King book, which has the title.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Tom King book borrows from the Peter David run and the Silver Age.
Right, the Fiery Angel and everything. Yeah. No, that makes sense. But no, Peter David has been so influential. He really is one of the, in my opinion, because if we're talking just comics, to me, he's one of the most underrated writers of the last like 30 years, especially.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
He's been so influential.
The only thing I'll disagree is underrated, because Peter David, just known for he's next to Mark Waid in the sense of all his impact on different things.
He should be above Mark Waid.
Yeah.
No, in my opinion, in my opinion, I agree. Like for me as a fan, but I feel like whenever he gets brought up, because it was such a phenomenal run, he always kind of gets mostly remembered for Hulk, and he should. Like his work on Hulk. I mean, you look at the Immortal Hulk run by Al Ewing. That run wouldn't be half of what it is without the stuff that Peter David did back in the 90s. Like it's just great.
I would tell people, you brought up Aquaman, like Peter David's running Aquaman, it was my Aquaman. Like people say, oh, Jeff John's fine. That's fine, that's good, but the original was Peter David.
When the picture got released of Momoa and stuff like that, that's what right around the same time they finally released like the first volume.
Wait, which you mean like the one he's Unite the Seven picture, or the one for his movie?
I'm sure. Yeah, I was gonna say Unite the Seven, like that thing where he's holding and he's got the beard and everything, and Peter David was asked to write a forward for his new released collection, like the first volume of Aquaman, and in that forward he writes all about how talking about taking on the character, but at the very end he talks about that picture that's released, and he's like, no, fans immediately were like, nope, that's Peter David Aquaman because of the long hair and everything. And if you've seen the DC animated universe, that's Peter David Aquaman.
100%.
Was Peter David who introduced the whole Aquaman with a hook hand?
Yep.
Yes.
That's him.
Yes.
Yep. He's the
and
one
also, like Peter David also like did Young Justice, like those comics like in the 90s, and there's some charm to those comics, I will say.
Yep, and those obviously were influential on the actual Young Justice TV show.
Correct.
But yeah,
he's written some episodes of that show.
Yeah, that doesn't.
I know he wrote the Impulse episode.
Mm-hmm.
He's written some more. But like I love both those things, and there's a really amazing.
Yeah, no, and the DC animated stuff in general, they were always much more collaborative. I know Gail Simone wrote one of my favorite episodes of Justice League Unlimited. I know that they got Wolfman to write a couple episodes of Teen Titans. Like, I mean, it's just it was a golden age, basically.
Well, Len Wein also did an episode of Batman the Animated Series too.
That's true, he did. Yeah, man, Len Wein, that guy, talk about like icon. Like, I wouldn't even say underrated. I think people know his influence and stuff like that. But yeah, man, that guy was a fan that became a comic book writer. Like you can just see it.
Do you remember which episode?
Off the top of my head, no, but I know it's one of the original animated series before the new Batman Adventures.
Yeah. So probably first season. Right. First season. Yeah.
Yeah. He wrote a couple, I think.
Yeah.
I'll look that up. Well, if Phil's not already looking up.
I'm curious. I'm sure Scott and I probably talked about it, but. Yeah. I can remember,
Moon of the Wolf, Off Balance, Blind as a Bat.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Right.
The Moon of the Wolf one was not one of the better ones, but but the Off Balance, the Blind as a Bat was pretty good.
That was cool. That was an adaptation of one of his stories, though. Moon of the Wolf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Scott talked about that. I mean, if you go back to that episode, I'm sure Scott, because
I believe he did.
Yeah. And he talked about that. So yeah, starting to ring some bells. But
so what were we talking about originally?
Oh, well, originally we were talking about Robert Pattinson coming in the DCU.
So I can see why we skewed away from it because
because we don't want that, right?
Dave. I don't mind if it happens. I'm not gonna be angry because
If it happens, it's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt me, but at the same time, I'm just saying, like, you're gonna have to retcon something. Something's gonna have to be retcon because, all right, you got year 2 Batman, and then you got 15 plus year Batman that's established in both universes. So now you're gonna have to retcon something. Are you just gonna fucking push Robert Pattinson into I've been doing Batman for 16 years and I got all the Bat family and all this kind of stuff and we're good? Or are you going to just you're going to retcon what was in Creature Commandos, which probably would be the better option because it's like just the animated series. And you just be like, it's also a fresh face Batman, like a fresh face Superman. Okay, so we could do that.
If they delay Batman Part 2 again and again and again, by the time he gets there, maybe there will be that actual year gap. So,
well, I mean,
you know,
according to Matt Reeves, they're shooting that this year. So
yeah,
good,
they are shooting
good.
it this year. So
good.
I don't know. It's just like I want to see Matt Reeves tell the story that he wanted to tell, and the fact that, you know, in the first Batman movie, it was strictly Batman. It was Batman, Gordon investigating and doing their thing, and he did not know how to be Bruce Wayne yet. I want to see him try to be Bruce Wayne in the next one, which I know that's what Matt Reeves wanted to you know, dive into when it came to the character. And I was like, okay, cool. So then it's like, all right, so then if we then shoehorn him into the DCU, he's got to be fresh face, or we just time jump like crazy and just be like, you know, again, it's not the same situation as Daredevil. Daredevil had a time period where they can actually put him into it, but he was already established to be in that universe from the get-go. It just wasn't like 100%. And
it's okay. So if I'm guessing what people have been arguing about is the fact that people are saying that, well, there's no way that the Matt Reeves Batman universe can exist in a world where there's other superheroes or superpowers or whatever and so on. And that's what I'm kind of like, just because we didn't hear it in the first movie doesn't mean that it couldn't happen. Yeah. And also, in fact, during the filming of the Batman, there was again, this was obviously like planted from Matt Reeves or whatever. So there were like newspapers where like they were referencing Metropolis, you know, this.
And also, weren't there like Halloween costumes?
Exactly,
yeah.
Halloween. And then so these were like, again, fake story elements and fake scenes being filmed. But it's what I'm trying to make and say here is that it can work because, again, those seeds are out there. Just because we don't hear metahuman this, Kryptonian this, Lantern this in the Batman, it doesn't mean that it's not out there.
No.
It could be just a version of Earth 2, maybe.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like that, I'm not saying that there can't be an element of that within Matt Reeves' universe. Like when the people are saying like it's too grounded, you can't do it. I'm like, no, you could, but at the same time, I'm talking about story wise. The story that Matt Reeves is telling is a year 2 story, and then it's like, okay, so which one are we going to go with? Are we going to go with Matt Reeves' story that he's still a young Batman, and he's still trying to like figure out now Bruce Wayne and still try to like establish that? Or are we going to just like jump it to where James Gunn has kind of already established where his Batman is supposed to be with Damian Wayne and the Bat family, and the fact that he's
even goes forward? That's the bigger thing. Again, until the script is actually greenlit and they go forward with it, that Brave and the Bold movie may not even happen.
I still think it should be a series. I'm like, make it a series. Make it a series like Daredevil. I've been wanting a Batman series like Daredevil since Daredevil season 1. I've said this before, and I'm like, man, because when I was watching Daredevil season 1, when he's wearing just the black suit, and I'm just watching it going, fuck, can't they make a Batman series like that? Imagine making like a Batman series like in the vein of this, where you already have established villains and established a lot of things, and it's like, fucking A, it'd be so great. Anyways,
I think Batman's mythology lends itself better to television. I think there's no question about that.
It could.
Problem is Batman is Batman, and Batman is the biggest character DC has. Sorry, Superman.
But that's why they should do it, because they could still put him in the movies.
Sure. You know? But at the same time, I understand James Gunn's reasoning for being like, no, if I'm going to do like big name characters and big name movies, Batman has to be on the big screen. And what haven't we done before? That's the other thing, is like, to your point, the Batman is a year 2 story. It is about a younger Batman. It is about Batman still finding himself, struggling, figuring shit out. Brave and the Bold is about Batman, seasoned Batman. What's the new thing that puts a wrench in his plans? Oh, he finds out he has a fucking child. Yeah. Okay. And on top of that, there is nothing, I repeat, nothing in the world of the Batman that alludes to anything supernatural, metahuman, you name it, whatever. Does not matter.
Excluded either.
Does not matter.
Because it does matter, because it's just basically not.
Can I finish making my point, please and thank you? Okay. Anyway, not only that, Matt Reeves, James Gunn, and Annie Muschietti have all said on different points, and within the last year alone, especially Annie Muschietti, just came out and said the Batman in Matt Reeves' universe is not the same Batman that is the Batman in the DCU. So I don't understand why so many fans are being, oh, please let me take my harmless speculation. Let me just. No, you're wasting your time and you're hyping yourself up for something that is more than likely not going to happen. And I love that James Gunn came out and said, no, I toyed with it. I thought about it, but I am committed to telling Elseworld stories. And Matt Reeves' own body language when asked that very same question in the Josh Horowitz interview on the carpet for, I think it was either the Emmys or something, the Golden Globes. Thank you, the Golden Globes. He just kind of shook his head and went, we'll see what happens. That's the polite way of saying, no, I'm not letting my Batman into another universe.
And then he's also said, like, if it makes sense. And that's where, like, I get the argument when people are saying, like, oh yeah, you got a grounded Daredevil that, but then it's like, well, then you start breaking it down. If you're just going to do a generalized, like, oh yeah, we have a grounded character that exists in a world that has a talking tree. Okay, fine. But at the same time, it's like, you start doing the details. You like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work when it comes to that. I'm like, you have to make it make sense. And then when you, like I said, my whole thing is like, okay, which, you have two people that are talking about two different Batman stories of like ones that's already established, that's been around for about 15 plus years. And then you got one that's been around for 2 or 3 years. And I'm like, which one are we going to retcon then? If you were going to, we start doing some shit,
The thing that's frustrating, and it's always frustrating with fandom in any case at this point, is that you can complain about Marvel Studios and what's happened recently at that point and saying it's rushed, things felt shoehorned in, they should have waited, let them take the time. And now we're on the DCU, where we have just gotten one project. We haven't gotten Superman yet. Now we're trying to find a way to put in Pattinson's Batman, Matt Reeves Batman into this. We haven't seen what this universe really looks like.
That's true.
Pump the brakes, people.
Yep.
Could Pattinson's Batman? Sure, it could. But again, wasn't the thing you were complaining about with Marvel that things feel shoehorned in and not done right? Let's think through this. And I trust James Gunn to think through this. I don't fault him for saying and admitting that he'd be a fool not to think about the idea of bringing it in.
Always on the table.
You don't have to commit to anything right now. Outside of what we are going to do a Batman movie.
Mm-hmm. I agree with Chris. We need to focus on making sure that Supergirl movie happens, and then after that,
absolutely, and we know what's happening. Then
you can have Batman conversations after the Supergirl movie is finished.
Exactly.
But to your point,
the great part about it is that's happening.
But to your point,
I love Rebecca's priorities right now. I love it.
But you bring up a good point. Our friend Ray has brought it up many times on his show. We have been eating so good with Batman for so long. We can wait a little longer. Yes, do we wish we could have it? Yes, we're gonna be okay.
Yes,
we're going to get a Batman movie, whether it be Reeves and DCU. It's going to happen. Chill out.
It is time for some of these other heroes to thrive. We got Superman, and then Supergirl. We got Lanterns, and we are going to tap into the Batman world when it comes, the DCU Batman world when it comes to Clayface. Obviously, Clayface, and I think that's actually smart. It's like, okay, we're not going to start off with, because James Gunn specifically said it does take place in the DCU, so it is going to be the DCU Batman's Clayface. So it's like, and I'm kind of wondering, I'm like, and I even said, hey, that'd be a perfect opportunity. Just fucking show him in there. Gordon might show up in there. That's why when Josh Brolin was teasing his role, still in the DCU after the whole Green Lantern stuff, and he passed on that there still might be an opportunity. And he's been kind of teasing that, and Scooper's been saying some shit, and I'm like, fucking make him Gordon, because they've been talking about the GCPD series. Maybe they can reinvigorate that, and he could lead that series and be Commissioner Gordon. I'm like, I would not hate a Josh Brolin Commissioner Gordon. I think that would. A lot of people are going, oh, he's going to be Batman. I'm like, nah, he's 55 years, 54, 55. That's a little too, I think they're trying to go for, early 40s, late 30s. They're gonna try to do
45 or something like that.
Yeah, they're probably gonna do. They're not gonna do. So I'm like, let's rule him out as Batman, but I could totally see him as a Commissioner Gordon. I think he'd be an excellent Commissioner Gordon. That's why I was like totally just like, making, fucking AI images of him a couple weeks ago. And I was just totally like, and people were going, yeah, I could totally see that. But I'm just kind of like going, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just the whole when I think it just got reinvigorated because of Daredevil, and I'm like, yeah, but the argument just kind of falls flat when you start breaking down the details of everything. And I just want Matt Reeves to finish his story. I mean, it sucks because Matt Reeves, when he came aboard to do this thing, at first he came aboard, it seemed like he was going to direct Batfleck. He was going to direct Ben Affleck's Batman, and then that fell through. And then he was like, all right, I'm doing my own thing. And then he created his own thing, ended up being something unique and something great. And, for most people, and like that first trailer that came out, people were just like, holy shit, look at that. And it ended up being like the biggest, like it was just, I mean, Jesus Christ, that first DC fandom. I mean, we had so many trailers, and that was like the most popular trailer that came out of that. And, obviously we would love to have had, already the Batman Part 2 to come out. But I mean, we got the Penguin, and the Penguin ended up being great. Ended up being, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's still keeping it going where it's like, okay, this world that he's already created is still something great. But so it's like, let him tell a story. Let him continue that. And, I don't mind another Batman to come out. I just was like one of those that was like, well, do something different. Make it a series, because you have this whole world that you already have established, and you have Damian, and you have all this stuff. Why not just have it as a series? You haven't had a Batman-centric series besides maybe Gotham, but that even wasn't really a Batman-centric series. Let's just do something like that, like Daredevil, and I don't know, like TV series are like movies now. What's wrong with that? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Phil was saying. I mean, basically, Warner Brothers wants to utilize Batman and make the box office money as opposed to a streaming hit. But again, Penguin, I think, has filled that void, which is good. Especially filling in that space between the Batman movies and stuff like that. And again, they've gone out of their way to also name it, the epic crime saga or whatever the fuck. Like they're making it a point to say it's the Reeves verse essentially.
Yes.
It's that thing. So, and I'm fascinated with that universe. Bringing James Gunn stuff into it, I think it's just it's not gonna mesh. As far as Daredevil goes, I mean, everyone since the beginning, whether loosely connected or not, people have wanted that Daredevil to be integrated into the MCU officially and to be, to share the screen with you. And the whole point of Daredevil, both in the books, I mean, most of the Daredevil books have always been about the idea that he is the one on the ground. He is the, yes, I mean, Daredevil for a long time was the poor man's Spider-Man, but when he got better written and stuff like that, but him and the Defenders,
so
yeah, but the Defenders and those guys, they are the people on the ground. They are the community members, there for the community. Luke Cage has Harlem. Daredevil has, and this thing, Daredevil is mostly just Hell's Kitchen. He's not even all of New York. That's the point, and it's just all of them coming together and just being there on the ground. The Avengers are the ones who are defending New York and for the most part, and the world, and the Ultimates are the Avengers in space and all that stuff. So yeah, you can have a fucking talking tree, but that's often fucking space dealing with Thanos and all that shit. And then you have Daredevil who's just on the ground talking to people. That makes more sense to me. But yeah, I would be more intrigued personally, if Matt Reeves does all his Batman stuff and establishes all of that, and then if they wanted to, if say something were to fall through with like the DCU James Gunn stuff, and then they decided to then talk to Matt Reeves and be like, do you want to expand further on in the universe or something like that, and tap into other parts of the DC universe, I'd be more intrigued to see if he wanted to do that. But that's after he's established more of his Batman world and Gotham and everything else. I'd rather he get that done and say what he wants to say about that, if that was the case. But again, this is all this Elseworld stuff, and what sells, what doesn't, what does Warner Brothers even have the money for, and again, that's the other thing too, is if you were to do a Batman TV show, let's just be honest, Dave, you'd want it to be at the highest quality you could. The Penguin has the advantage of being just that it's mostly about the gangsters, and there's good. I mean, the budget was very good in the Penguin, but there's not a lot of high flying adventure Batman shenanigans going on in that series. It's mostly about courthouses and drug dens.
I get it.
And you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I mean, it's got a good budget. I mean, that last shot with him being in the apartment mansion there, and the signal in the sky, like that was just so well done.
So great.
Yeah, the explosion done in that one episode was fantastic. You could see where the money went in that show. But yeah, if you're doing a Batman centric, even like a 6-episode or 8-episode series, you're looking at like a $300 million probably production, but spread over like many different episodes. Maybe, I don't know, Phil. Yeah,
it kind of depends on where you slot Batman in his timeline, because I think you can accomplish everything you did with the Penguin with like a year 1 Batman.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because, at that point, he's very limited. The cave is probably really empty and fresh. His utility belt is probably just starting to get filled out. He's figuring some shit out. He's just tackling the low-level shit to get to, your Maronis, your Falcones, your Penguins, et cetera, et cetera. You could probably throw a big name in there, like, Harvey Dent, if you want. Yeah. I think if you were to do something more established like Dave wants, which I think is plausible, because I've thought about, like, how do you do a Batman show and have it be, stylistically and also just canonically, like, consistent with it within like a, just for hypothetical purposes here, like how would you get a 10-year series out of a Batman? I think the best way you do that is you start it at like year 4 or 5, and it's Batman and Robin. It's Bruce Wayne, Dick Grayson. And like the first episode is establishing the soul of Gotham City. It's Batman and Robin doing detective shit. You've got Joker and Harley Quinn just getting together, breaking out of Arkham. You've got fucking maybe Two-Face gets scarred at the end of the episode, or maybe he's already been scarred or whatever. And Batman's Rogues Gallery is like pretty much full on. But then you could have your fun mix there of like, your Rupert Thornes, your, fucking, what's the other one? John Daggett. Like you could really fill it out, and it basically, like, I guess maybe do like Batman the Animated Series in live action. But the thing is like, you have to be very careful with what spectacle and where you do it and how you do it too. And that's why I think introducing a healthy dose of villains who aren't superbly fantastical but toe that line, like, say, a Mr. Freeze or a Poison Ivy, you could accomplish that in, like, say, a 10-episode season 1 and then build from there. I mean, I think you could get to, Death in the Family by, say, season 3, maybe, give or take. And then season 4 or 5, you get to, Lonely Place of Dying. Tim Drake comes in. And then season 7, 8, you get, like, Battle for the Cowl. And then season 9 and 10 is, you end it all with Batman Incorporated. That's just that's kind of like how I weirdly think, because I'm just a huge Batman fan, and my mind always goes to places like that.
Yeah, I think my mind went there too. I mean, it's just, again, it's just like one of those things. Like, hey, you want to do something different than Batman? I mean, he's already gonna do something different with Batman. It's like, and I think audiences would be like, wait, Batman has a child and he turns him into a Robin? What? Yep. And I always like, when they announced that, I thought smart, because that's going to be something that we haven't seen with Batman on the big screen. But then, like, again, I think just with my instead of, where a lot of people's brains went to after seeing the Daredevil Born Again trailer was like, oh, see, this could fit in, just like how this fits in the MCU, Pattinson can fit. And I was like, my brain went to just make Batman Brave and Bold a series. That's just where my brain went. But I get it. Like, it would be expensive. It would be an expensive endeavor. And it probably, they're like, no, we're not going to fund that. I mean, I think eventually, sometime in the future, there's gonna be something like, I don't know if you guys remember that short film, Batman Dead End, when it had Predator, Alien, and everything like that.
Oh God, yeah.
I love that so much. And I'm just like, I mean, that was like such a limited budget little fucking small thing that was so awesome. I mean, yeah, the Predator and Alien element was like very far-fetched, but just the Batman stuff, I mean, the way that it was shot, some of those shots, and the fact that it was so bare bones, I was like, fuck, man. I mean, you could, eventually it's gonna happen where we do get a Batman centric just like how Superman and Lois and, you know, something like that. We're going to get something like that. You know, it's not going to be CW quality, but, you know, it's going to be something a little better.
That might be better.
Yes. Yeah. I think like it's going to get to I mean, look what's going to happen. We're going to get a Lantern series, which is interesting, which I'm very much looking forward to. I'm like, I mean, let's face it, when it comes to things that are like that the DCU is happening, I mean, looking forward to Superman, but that Lantern series, I am just going, what is that going to be? Like, that has me more intrigued than Superman, Supergirl, and what else is on the fucking
Well, your
block?
priorities are not straight.
I know. I'm just saying, there's something that intrigues me about, like, you're really going to do like a True Detective series with lanterns?
No, I agree. I think that would be really fun. Because all of those lanterns have such different personalities that it would be fun to.
And you got Kyle Chandler. You got Kyle Chandler as a veteran Hal Jordan. And then, of course, you got
Rebecca, who's your Green Lantern, by the way?
Yeah.
I mean, Hal Jordan probably.
Yeah.
But I do like Jon Stewart a lot. Guy Gardner, I don't really care about. So
no one does. Yeah.
Nobody does.
He's a douche. He's a douche. Yeah.
So I probably Hal.
Yeah, but see, that's what's so intriguing about that. It's like I like Kyle Chandler. Anything he's in, I'm like, I like that guy. You know, and then of course we have Aaron Pierre. Like, I haven't seen him in much, but I'm like going, he seems like he's just perfect for the role. And I'm like, I'm just very intrigued by like I already know what I'm in store. I kind of know what I'm in store for Superman, and I kind of know what we don't know fully what we're in store for Supergirl, but I don't know.
Well, you read the damn comic.
I know. I gotta read the damn book. I will. I know. But at the same time,
I promise you.
About lanterns. There's something about lanterns that I'm just like, God, this intrigues me so much that you're turning that into a series, and I'm like, what's that gonna be like? That could be something
and also that we're getting Damon Lindelof back on the DC part. I mean, like, Roberta, how does it feel that you've had the chance now of following Damon Lindelof from Lost to Watchmen and now to Lanterns throughout your life?
Oh, so he maybe I knew that. Maybe I knew he was.
No, we talked about you. You know, because I linked you in caps like Damon Lindelof is back.
I mean, you're gonna get an interesting story, I think, and a well written one, I think, if Damon Lindelof is associated with it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be. I don't know. I just right now it's like TV series are killing it. Like, when you see TV series, it's like it plays out like a movie. The only thing that TV, like, there's some of these series, like for instance, Severance season 2 is coming out. It's almost been 3 years later.
Yep.
I was like, I really enjoyed the first season. I was like, oh man,
what season are they on now?
Season 2.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's been
3 years.
3-year gap.
Okay. You know what's funny? I had a realization that came out today too. I was like, man, when I watched
One More Tomorrow, is that what you realized?
When I watched the first season of Severance, I was like, I was single. I got into a relationship for 2 years. We broke up. And now season 2 is coming out. I'm single again. I was like, Jesus Christ, that's how long this thing has happened. I don't know why. There was just like a weird thing that I was.
Well, that's what we're Euphoria fans are going through, because season 2 ended like 3 years ago, and they're like, oh, we're about to start season 3 soon, and I'm like,
that's the bad part about all this stuff. You know, is like things are like taking way too long when it comes to streaming series. Where I mean, Stranger Things. My God. What was like Stranger Things season 4? Like that
22, I think.
Yeah,
22.
Yeah,
yeah.
Things are taking way too long. That's the drawback that's happening with streaming series. Is like, and I think I saw somebody. I don't know. Somebody in the business. It was like a quote I was reading. It was like, that's the downfall of what's happening with streaming series. Is things are taking way too long for another season. We're waiting years and years, and people are going to lose interest. You can't wait this long. It used to be, obviously, with TV, it would end. You would wait 8 months, like months, 9 months.
Not even that.
Yeah.
For us, the series finales used to be in May, and then you would get the series premiere for the next season in like September.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of animation. Like, you don't even get to notice like the people, like the characters aging. Sure, you might have to recast, or like they may have,
or whatever. Yeah,
but that's
I think that's the only drawback. That's what's happening with like certain series is Yeah, they
It's
did.
all in movies. Someone in the comments just mentioned that even Beyond the Spider-Verse is still taking forever.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and those are supposed to be back to back at one point.
And also, it doesn't
that
help that the main actor is being
Weird.
a bit weird.
He got a little weird at one point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like illegally weird. It's just weird.
He just was weird, but it's not going to get him to the point where they're going to be like, "Oh, we're going to cast somebody else to voice." I don't think they're going to do that. Yeah, he just made he's made a couple of weird tweets when it came to a co-star and then to somebody else. That's all, and it was just like bad timing when it came to stuff. I don't know exactly what he was doing.
Shamik more, we want more like Shamik less of him.
Yeah.
I feel really with the time. It depends, I guess, from project to project. Again, it's weird. It's like it is, again, I hate to use the term again, but it's a double-edged sword because
it really is.
Yeah, you have to wait. There is a good chance, 50% chance people are going to lose interest, but at the same time, it does give the people behind the scenes more time to work on the product and to make a better thing going forward. So that, and I've heard, I think episode 1 did drop today of Severance, and I'm hearing good things about it.
And apparently it's phenomenal. So
yeah, and the cast and everything have all been, like, hey, like, we're really excited about this. Like, we feel this really came out really, really well. So it's like, all right, cool. And it just is a nerve-wracking because season 1 ends on a cliffhanger, so it's just like so you have to wait for the thing.
That's the thing.
Yeah, but even stuff that's not even Severance, I'm a huge fan of Tim Burton's Wednesday show, and season 2
I love Wednesday,
right? But season 2 was only just now coming out, and it's been I think the same thing. I think it's been like a 3-year gap,
year and a half,
which is
2 years, I think.
Has it been only 2 years? Okay,
or maybe
it'll be 2 this November.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, it wasn't too long. And Jenna Ortega looks like she's perpetually, 16, 17 years old, so it kind of works in her favor. But like either way, like,
she's thriving.
She's what?
She's thriving.
Yeah,
she's thriving as she's getting a lot of work.
She's very young. I mean, she's like 22, 23, but she looks like she's, she is not. It's not like she's gonna age and be like and grow up and be like, oh my god, now all of a sudden she's not. Where she still looks very young, so it works.
I just don't think they can keep Wednesday in school for too much longer. Is what I'm saying. Essentially, depending on whenever season 3 happens, if that does happen or if that's their plan. But as like I said, it just depends. It's more about trying to maintain the quality of the shows or whatever they're putting out and everything. And, and it's the same with movies too. Like there's a lot of time in between movies, but sometimes the movies will end up being better because it wasn't like rushed to production. When we were kids, it's a weird example to bring up, but like, I often think about, a lot of people love Secret of the Ooze, but I like to think of how much better the movie would have been had it not been rushed. Like literally was like a year production to get done and put out, kind of thing. So it's like
Secret of the Ooze was a weird thing because I mean, they watered it down because they were like, okay.
Oh yeah, the parents groups didn't help with that either. No.
Yeah, the parents groups were like, hey, we can't have somebody
with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies. Like the sequels are always.
I enjoy Secret of the Ooze, but at the same time, you could see like, oh yeah, they toned down the violence.
I tried to watch the third one.
Nostalgia of that movie more than the actual movie. Now
I tried to watch the third one once. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, that's something that you like when you're like 4 or 5, and then you watch it when you're an adult, and you're like, oh my god. But like the original, the 1990 original though still holds up.
Oh yeah,
that's the best one ever.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
It never really. I mean, in terms of like film, because I can argue back and forth about the different iterations of the animated TV shows and stuff like that. I love the 80s and I love the 2012 version, but the films, like it's never gotten better than the 1990 original movie with Steve Barron and Jim Henson and all those guys. I'd like it if they could go back to that and bring back the suits, because the Turtles never looked more real to me than in that movie. And I understand
agree.
about
what they need to do is do a combination of practical
CG and that,
not full CGI. I mean, like when it came to the newer ones, they had the dudes. I mean, they were wearing, the CGI pajamas with like shells.
They were huge. Those guys were huge.
Yeah, they made the turtles. They made the turtles like over like over
way too big.
Like
and
almost
also, like, how are they meant to be so sneaky? Like, if they're that big,
exactly. How are you supposed to be ninjas when you're that huge? And I do appreciate the fact that
Stephen Amell supposed to be Casey Jones.
Yeah, oh god.
Oh god, that was bad.
And then Megan Fox as April was horrible too. No, but I mean,
I like the first movie.
The best casting in those movies was Will Forte as.
You mean
April.
Will Arnett?
Sorry, did I say Will Forte? Sorry, I get those on movies together.
You don't get last names
look
right.
similar.
I'm not sure.
Sorry, man. It's like 1:30 in the morning here. All right, I'm a little tired, Andy. I'm sorry. Can't be at my full. No,
you have to be perfect. Stop it.
I'm trying every day. No, but Will. I forget the name.
Will Arnett. His name's Vern.
His character's name is Vern.
Yeah, Vernon, because Vernon is from the 80s TV show, and Vernon was very much like a snobbish, like cowardly character, and Will Arnett, that was perfect casting. Yeah. he can play that very well. Yeah.
What I liked about the new version too was like the fact that they made the turtles distinct, like they had their own like little attributes where it's like they didn't have the same mask, they didn't have, but I mean there were certain things where I was like, okay, Donnie's like having glasses over his mask, and they just stay on his face.
And that became a big trend later on.
Yeah, it was like that. I mean, like there were certain things where I was like, okay, now you guys went a little too overboard, because there was like certain things where it's like, okay, he's wearing glasses on his face and he's fighting and doing all this crazy stuff,
and he's also got goggles and stuff.
Yeah, and goggles.
If he brings it down and it's goggles related and instead of just glasses, I think it'd be more. But yeah, he's the machine guy, so of course he has to be like the nerd or whatever,
which was fine.
Yeah,
I think my favorite scene in the new version, when they were in the fucking elevator and they were like they started beatboxing to like psych each other up.
Yeah,
that movie is like
best part of the whole thing. Best part of the whole thing. I was like, yes, you guys just nailed the dynamic of the brothers right here, when they're just beatboxing and they're just like psyching each other up, and it was like that was the best scene of the whole fucking thing, the whole new franchise. Yeah,
I will take it back. Out of the Shadows, the Bebop and Rocksteady casting and their designs. That was good.
Yeah, that was good.
They're not complicated characters. They translated perfectly for that franchise or that version of the franchise. But again, everything else outside of it.
I think Krang was a little.
Krang was okay.
Krang was cool, but the whole Technodrome was.
He's voiced by Lobo from the Superman the animated series. Fun fact.
Brad Garrett, I think.
Yeah,
Rebecca, who's your favorite turtle?
Donatello.
Oh
yeah. I love Mikey. He's the best.
I'm a Raph guy. I'm always a Raph guy. I was always like the fuck everybody.
Yeah, I like Donatello, but I also kind of lean towards Raph too.
Yeah, Raph. I don't know. I always loved it in the original one where he was just always just like, damn, like because they had to like keep it as kind of kid friendly as possible, so he couldn't like cuss, so he always yelled damn. He was like, damn!
Michelangelo's.
But I was highly sheltered, so him yelling damn in a movie was like still a big deal to me. If he had said the F word though, that would have been a whole different conversation.
The beginning of the 90s movie, he loses a sign, he's just like, damn.
Yeah,
damn.
It was always damn. And then when he was chasing Casey Jones, and then
and
then you hear like yell, you see like a wide city shot. He's like, "Damn!" I'm like,
even when Splinter is like kidnapped, he's like,
yeah. And then
they've used that scene as a meme. It's like random kid in a grocery store, and it's Raph freaking out or something.
But that's what was so good about it. I mean, Raph was always just, and then even in Secret of the Ooze, he was like, when he was with what was the kid's name that
Eno or something?
Eno or something. What was his name? I totally forgot. Kino. There you go.
Emo?
Yeah, remember when like they were trying to like get into the fucking Foot Clan and he was helping them and all that shit, I mean, Raph was always like the outsider. That's what I loved about Raph, was like he was always like the outsider. Like he went against what Splinter wanted and everything like that.
So is there no Leonardo? Is there no Leonardo love here whatsoever?
I said Leonardo earlier. No one said anything else. So that was.
What about Jenica? The fifth turtle.
The who?
The female one.
Did you notice how nobody said anything? You noticed how no one said anything, right?
I fucking get that.
Okay.
Was that introduced with the action figure, or was it
the next
generation TV show?
Oh no, it's in current IDW comics.
Oh yeah,
the character was introduced in the Next Generation TV show, but sure, yeah.
We're talking about the movies right now.
Yeah.
Does anyone know what the current status is with? I think it's a video game and it's a movie, but the
Last
Last
Ronin?
Ronin stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on?
I have
with
no
that? Does anyone-
idea.
Okay.
No idea what
I'm sure
they're continuing on with it.
I'm sure the strikes had much to do with the delay of that happening sooner rather than later.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Meh.
Okay.
Yeah. Sucks. And Walter Hamada's name's going to be on that movie, which
hate seeing that name.
Keep forgetting about that. God.
He's at Paramount now. He's at Paramount now.
I know.
Everyone just goes upward.
Because remember, in Hollywood, you fail upwards.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Sometimes you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
It's a good point. It's a good point. It's a good reference to a Batman 66 movie, So kudos to you.
In a roundabout way, it is kind of Walter Hamada's fault for the Flash failing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No,
I mean,
hold on.
one of the last things.
Didn't you hear? It's women's fault, Rebecca. It's you women's fault that Flash failed.
I can't imagine why women wouldn't have liked it. There was no Barry and Iris romance, and you killed Supergirl over and over and over and over.
But Rebecca, he saved all those babies, which is a motherly instinct to have.
Worst scene.
But at the same time, let's not. Again, that's not Andy Muschietti's opinion. That's what he was told by the studio.
He didn't. He didn't say that he disagreed with it either.
The 4-quadrant bullshit or whatever the hell that was.
Yeah, he was. He was just reiterating what was told.
But also, he didn't disagree with it.
But he didn't agree with it either.
Did he agree with it too?
Not really. He just reiterated what he.
Yeah, but he, he could have said, you know what? I don't agree with what they were saying, but this is what they were telling me.
Why are you trying to put words in his mouth though? Like,
I didn't put it. I said, "Oh my, kill me, please."
No.
Why do you have Dave Franco as your profile picture?
It's not Dave Franco.
Luigi.
Dave
Franco. Dave Franco will probably play him in a movie, though. That's
is
probably
that the dude that killed the CEO guy?
Allegedly killed him.
Allegedly, there's a literal video of him doing it.
Do you see his face killing him? Exactly. So take
the eyebrows are different.
Oh wow! I just realized
no.
Wow.
No. Listen. Y'all think I'm fucking around. This dude had a unibrow. When Luigi was taken, there was no unibrow.
Get into this now.
Or maybe he shaved it.
All right,
anyway.
This got weird. All right, I know
Luigi.
Chris and Rebecca, I know you guys got to go. You guys are going to take off. It's probably a perfect time to do it.
Good luck to y'all.
Like that kind of stuff. Yeah. But anyways.
There we go. I put Superman with a cat that Brad hates. There we go.
Perfect.
Everyone happy now?
Perfect.
I love Superman with a cat.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Right.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Who the fuck are you trying to fool?
You don't say that.
He's putting pizza in his mouth.
Yeah, right. I'm putting food in my mouth.
That actually looks good. I wish I had some pizza right now.
Oh, yeah. Anyway. Remember the first time I was on the Vodka stream and I got pizza? That was so fun.
Yeah, you've done
I remember the first time I saw you eating hamburger with a knife and fork, and I'm like, what the fuck is this kid's problem?
You just took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
Eat faster next time.
Okay.
Anyway.
I'm always one step ahead, Barry.
I'm not like you Americans.
Whoa.
I'm Persian, first of all.
Oh.
I'm Persian. Yeah. I'm Persian. Thank you very much.
I've got chocolate muffins that I can bring into camera if we want to use that.
Ooh, I'm getting chocolate cake for my birthday on Sunday.
There you go,
happy
man.
birthday.
Happy birthday, Phil.
But anyways, I know
earlier.
Okay, Chris and Rebecca. First, Rebecca, thank you for coming back. And the next time you come back, I will have that read.
You will prep a pop
I'll
quiz.
be curious what you think about the ending.
Yes.
So you'll have to let me know.
Okay. And more things to come when it comes to Supergirl. I'm sure we're gonna get some information. So yeah, hopefully you'll be back soon. And yeah, like I said, I'll have that read and we'll
watch them drop a picture of it tomorrow.
Dude, that would be insane.
That'd be fucking funny.
Maybe Monday. They'll probably wait till Monday.
Will it be on an iPhone 4 or an iPhone 6?
The narration.
It'll be a low resolution photo.
It will be an iPhone negative. It will be an iPhone -1.
Yeah. It'll be on a Razor. Yeah. There we go. Razor camera.
Yeah.
A what?
So, anyways, go ahead and promote for Rebecca?
Oh, me? Well, I am Rebecca Johnson. If you don't know me, I am one of the hosts of a podcast called Supergirl Radio. So if you want to learn about stories that Supergirl's in where she doesn't die, you can check us out at supergirlradio.com. We cover a lot of Supergirl comics. We're going to be talking about Year of the Villain Hell Arisen, because apparently Supergirl's in that. Don't know why. She's an infected Supergirl, and then somehow she becomes uninfected. We're going to dig into it. Come and join us. And we're probably going to dig into some comics associated with the James Gunn Superman movie. So All-Star Superman, Superman for All Seasons, all that kind of stuff. Then eventually after that, we're going to look into the Peter David Supergirl run. So if you want to talk about comics, please come hang out with us. We love to do it. So if you also want to check out my YouTube channel, you can go to youtube.com/duckmilkprod. Paul mentioned some of my reviews where I reviewed the reviewers because they should be reviewed because they're not great. You can check that out. Also, I have an interview with Dave here. So if you want to go learn more about his backstory and his editing experience, definitely go check that. I also have like some things I've done with Andy. It's fine. But
Thanks.
If you want to check that out, check out supergirlradio.com or anywhere you get podcasts, and youtube.com/duckmilkprod. Thanks for having me, guys.
Always great talking to you, Rebecca.
Take care, Rebecca.
All right,
take care.
so-
All right, Chris.
Yep, as always, Dave. Thanks for having me on. Good seeing everyone. And but yeah, you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga, and you can catch me every Thursday night at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time for Marvel Alliance. You can find that in the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel. For audio only, you can just search Marvel Alliance. This week, my co-host Dave and I broke down the infamous Daredevil Born Again trailer. Talked about some strange people joining the Vision Quest series that we thought was dead, but some reason's going to fit into this story. And we're getting ready to probably in 2 weeks we got Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. So hopefully we're looking forward to good stuff.
Right.
And everyone have a good weekend.
All right,
You too, Chris.
Chris.
Good night.
Take care.
Chris.
Good night.
And thank you, Cameron, right here for the 2-letter super chat. Yeah, Tyler Perry as
remember
he was Baxter. Yeah.
He was actually in the
That
first
could have been
movie.
better in a better movie, because I've seen him in Gone Girl. Tyler Perry's a solid actor if he's given good material. So
I mean, that's the thing. Is like I don't like the Medea movies. I've never really been a fan of those. I mean, but kudos to him. He had an audience. He established that, and he got fucking rich and created production and whatever the hell. And he made a lot of those movies, and he funded productions, and he helped create a lot of movies when it came to that. So kudos on Tyler Perry. It wasn't for me, obviously. And even though there was one of the sitcoms that he had that I actually liked, I can't remember which one that I actually watched. I think it was like Meet the Something. And I was like, oh, this is actually a funny series, Could have been. No, but when I've seen him in just like supporting roles, like in Gone Girl, I was like, okay, he actually is a solid actor. He really is a solid actor. So, but yeah, him as Baxter, I was like, well, that whole movie.
Like that character was actually in the first movie, but he was uncredited, which was weird.
Really?
Yeah, like I know, it's weird. There's a weird stuff for that first movie, like apparently what's that?
They were going to be aliens initially.
Oh yeah. And also
Michael Bay made everyone mad.
And also Shredder was going to be played by that other guy. I can't remember his name.
A white dude? Is that what you're trying to say?
William.
Yeah, the white dude.
The guy
William
who's
Fisher.
him.
Oh, sorry.
Like you could just tell he because he was originally going to be the Shredder. It was a whole weird thing, and like if you read that script for for the original one,
I don't know. I mean, like
it was basically that a lot of stuff got leaked. Fans threw a huge fit because Turtles hadn't been in live action in a long time. Oh yeah, no, for right reasons. A lot of stuff had gotten a lot of backlash, and it was the first live action in so many years. So you could tell the movie got like reshot like halfway through, and then they had to try and fix it in post essentially. that was one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life, and I watched that out of theaters, and I wanted my money back. That's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, they took the concept of Amazing Spider-Man, where it's like, hey,
I know,
the laser in the sky that's gonna change people into things, and it was like, wait, we've seen this before. I mean, I mean, not even Amazing Spider-Man was the first one, but it was just like, but it was so close to what Connors wanted to do in Amazing Spider-Man, who was also well, I mean, he was not a turtle, but he was a lizard, and he wanted to, like, turn people into, and it was like, wait, this sounds familiar, and it was like, kind of ridiculous. But like I said, my favorite scene is that elevator scene. I'm like, okay, you guys nailed the turtles right here, big time.
Also, like, I just really dislike their origin in that movie. Like, like there's no Hamato Yoshi.
They're friends, or the origin is tied to April O'Neil.
That's what really put me off.
Super goofy.
And it's just
the fact that Splinter learns everything from a book is hilarious. Like,
that is stupid.
I mean, you know what? Say what you will about Mutant Mayhem. Mutant Mayhem is probably the closest thing. It's so good.
I thought it was so great.
I know. I think Paul and I talked about this, but I know some people are kind of like about Jackie Chan's Splinter being like he learned kung fu and martial arts from VHS tapes and stuff, and I'm like, well, if you want to separate it from the whole. Oh God! What is the Shredder's name, Paul? Fucking Orokusaki.
Orokusaki. Matayoshi is the other guy.
Yes. If you want to separate it from that, I'm like, okay, this is better than reading it from a book. That's that much. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit more believable.
And it's just
I'm not as mad about Mutant Mayhem on that, because I think that movie first and foremost is a goofy comedy, and then it's like a somewhat serious movie second. Like, there's serious moments in it, but I take it as a comedy first. It's like, if I look at the 1990 version, which is very close to the old school comics, that is more of a family drama first, and then a comedy second. Like, there's a good balance mix with
totally.
That soundtrack for that first movie is so good. That could it literally works so perfectly for a Last Ronin adaptation.
And I will say that both those 90s Ninja Turtle movies, or maybe even the third one, man, they make pizza look so goddamn good.
Dude, Judith Hogue wants to come back and be April for the Last Ronin. I'm like, if
she actually was gonna be, I think she was in the Out of the Shadows, but they cut her scene out for some reason.
Yeah, she was there as a cameo as somebody else, or April Mom or something, I think. But
ridiculous.
I feel
so stupid.
The only reason I don't want the Last Ronin connected to the old 90s movies is because, I mean, if you guys have read the comic, the Last Ronin is not a happy story. It is
dark.
And there's also a lot of stuff that we don't, a lot of characters like the Fugitoid and Carrey, all those characters, they're not in the movie and stuff, and
it would be harder to establish, and I love those versions of the Turtles, so to know that a lot of them met a horrible fate in the Last Ronin universe, I feel bad kind of to know that.
I think for me it's a little bit more easy to kind of separate, because how many other live action versions of April O'Neil are there to compare to, right? And arguably Judith Hogue was the best one. You could say sure, maybe it is connected to those old movies, but I think you could probably get away with it not being those same turtles because of where we are now technologically speaking, and where cinematography and CGI is now. I just think personally it would just be a nice nod of being she was April in the 90s films, but now she's older.
She's an April in this universe. It's an
right alternate Elseworld, I mean, say what you will, going back to the Flash, Andy Muschietti kind of used the same logic about Michael Keaton's Batman. He was like, this kind of is a similar world to Batman.
It's
it was my version of Michael Keaton's Batman it's nearly identical. It's not the same.
If you do those flashbacks, you can
but even
use the de-aging technology for April and the guy that played Casey Jones, which Yeah,
dude, I love that guy.
I gotta take off.
Why wasn't he in the second movie? I was so confused when I watched Secret of the End.
That was disappointing.
I was like, why the fuck is he not here? And then he's in the third one for some reason.
Andy, you said the
you gotta go.
You gotta go.
I gotta go. So thanks for having me. You can find me all at Anime Back on all social medias. I am a senior writer for Screen Rant and do lots of news and interviews for them, and then also the editor of multiverseofcolor.com. And I stream here on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So y'all have a good one. See ya.
Thank you, Andy.
Bye, Andy.
Appreciate it. I tell you what, if that Luigi guy was not as good looking, people would not be praising him.
Dude, people were thirsting over that motherfucker for like weeks.
I mean, I'm not. There's a whole thing when it comes to that. Like there's a whole like like a Robin Hood kind of thing. And you can make the argument when it comes to how the whole health insurance and CEO and stuff like that when it comes to that. But if he did not look how he looked, it would not be. Let's just say Andy probably wouldn't have
things would be slightly different, but at the same time, I still feel that people would
see aesthetics help. Aesthetics,
they do. They always do.
They always do. It's just when we always want to be like, no, you can't judge by aesthetics. No, we're still human. There's always aesthetics.
So what you're saying is we need to remake a Robin Hood movie and cast the ugliest actor alive.
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work.
And see how it goes. And we make the sheriff of Nottingham super good looking. And we'll
imagine that. People would be like, I'm kind of rooting for the hot sheriff. That's what would happen. I'm telling you. I mean, we're still humans. That's the thing. Yeah. I mean, it's just that's just what I've noticed when it comes to that. Like, I totally get why people are like, hey, they're cheering them, because I'm like, yeah, I mean, the health insurance in this company or in this.
It's been a weird year for people who have the same name as Mario characters.
I know, right? And then Luigi, that helps too. That a lot of people are making the Luigi jokes when it comes to that.
Diddy.
Luigi and Diddy. Yeah. It's interesting year for Nintendo this past year. And you guys, I'm assuming you guys saw the Switch 2 reveal or something.
Yeah.
Something about it.
The fact that it's taken so long for a Switch 2. I was like going, oh yeah, Switch 2 is coming out. I'm like,
rumors. I mean, there were rumors that they wanted to announce it sooner, but something caused a delay back in like September or October when they initially wanted to.
And then there's COVID as well,
Yeah.
Maybe they wanted to do something even.
I mean, honestly, the Switch is one of the most successful consoles of all time. I mean, there wasn't any rush to do a second one right away.
146 million units sold.
So I mean. For the pandemic,
what else can you do? What else can you do with that system? Okay. I mean, what's funny about Nintendo? It's almost like every other system that they created was like a bomb. Like, think about it. If you got Nintendo, well, I mean, maybe not at the start, because Nintendo and Super Nintendo were successes, and then you got Nintendo 64, and then that was also really good too. They're like big success, and then GameCube was not a success, right?
I mean, so when you say success, I mean GameCube sold well enough, but it didn't sell.
But it wasn't like huge. Yeah,
but the
Wii was like huge.
It was gigantic. And then
you had Nintendo DS, which was like, it was fine, but it wasn't huge.
Well, the Nintendo DS has more success, I think, on handheld systems, but more so in Japan, because Japan is just more like, and that's why the Switch is what it is kind of too, because you want something that you can take on the go as well. But no, I mean, honestly, the only, because I have friends that are way more into video games than I am. The only console of theirs that really did not do well on the market was the Wii U. That's also too why.
I remember that came.
Yeah. That's why every single there you go, Phil. It's why but it's also why every single Wii U game has been ported over to the Switch.
Not every single. Okay,
not everyone.
Because I know this because two of my favorite Zelda games are not on Nintendo Switch, and that is Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. Those are the only two fucking Zelda games that are not on Nintendo Switch, and that makes me so mad because those are like some of the greatest games ever made. But I have one GameCube here that I do a lot of my Let's Play on, and then I've got two Nintendo Switches, the OG model and the OLED model. So yeah,
Yeah, because they had different models of Switch, right? It wasn't like they just had the standard.
Yeah, the LED was the OLED is I think the cheaper version.
Yeah.
No, the OLED is the enhanced version.
Okay.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was the
opposite.
opposite.
Yeah,
but I mean, like when the Switch came out, I was like, this is brilliant because it's handheld and you can just hook it up to your TV. You know.
Yep.
Yeah. Now I think
playing Mario Kart on that shit was so fun.
Oh, it's the only thing is I just wish the Joy-Cons were not so cheaply made. The other thing is if the graphics card was a little bit higher and the battery power on the console lasted a little bit longer, it'd be pretty much a perfect system. But I'm hoping that that's what the Switch 2 is trying to do better with.
But they don't want that. They don't want the battery to last. Come on. They want you to, get Switch 2 or 3 and 4, and I don't know.
My only problem, and I don't even know if it's a problem, it's more like a nitpick, not even a real criticism. I think they just kind of had a missed opportunity. Instead of calling it the Nintendo Switch 2, I really feel like it would have gone a lot longer if they just called it the Super Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, seriously, I would have been fine with that, honestly.
Switch 2.
Dude, you should have been on the pitch meeting. I mean, come on.
Dude, I made a thread about this like 8 months ago. I was like, I really hope the successor
Super Nintendo Switch.
Super Nintendo Switch.
Hey,
and like it got 1,000 likes, dude. I was like,
perfect.
Nintendo.
Perfect.
You know what? I will say this.
Yeah.
I will say this: the Nintendo naming division is still better than the Xbox naming division.
Oh yeah, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Yeah, the one I know when that came out, I was like, huh? It was like everybody was like, what?
See, at least in that regard, PlayStation has also been consistent in that no, we're just doing numbers. Fuck all.
Yeah, no,
that's
perfectly fine.
Simple. Yeah,
but Xbox One, everybody was like, what? I remember when that was like announced. I remember just being confused too, and I'm not even an Xbox guy. Like anytime that I played a console it was PlayStation, I was just like, why did they call it Xbox
everyone thought it was gonna be 720. It made the most sense, and
and then they went from 1 to Xbox Series X, and I was like, okay,
where's the correlation here?
You guys are just fucking just stop.
Yeah, the same people that named the Harley Quinn movie, I think, were working for Xbox. I think that's that's pretty much what happened.
God damn it!
I'm
like Did everyone here watch Sonic 3?
Yes, I've seen it.
Fuck yes. It's so good. I saw that for my birthday. That was like the best movie of the year. I have it downloaded on my computer.
Well, it came out last year, so you're talking about last year.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I still might like. I might like Sonic 2 more personally, but I like Sonic 3. I think all three movies have been consistent. I think it's one of the
they
most
get better
consistent.
Even on.
Yeah,
I think
the first movie is very, very safe.
I think I think the second one is probably the best one of the three.
Yeah, probably can be. Yeah, with Knuckles. Yeah. Because with this one, it was I mean, there was a lot that was happening with 3. Obviously, with the 2 Jim Carreys, which I didn't mind. I was like, yeah, that's great.
That was fun.
But there was a lot that was happening in Sonic 3. There was just, obviously you got to keep on upping the ante. So I would say 2 had a good balance of hey, we got Tails, we got Knuckles, we got
I want to see new characters in the post credits scene, which I was so hyped. I was like, I jumped out of my chair. I was like, "Let's fucking go!"
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it got the same amount of hype as the ending credit of Sonic 2 because everyone was like, "Oh fuck, Shadow!" It was not on that same level.
But I think too the jump from Sonic 1 to Sonic 2, the expectations were blown up because Sonic 1 is basically a road trip movie with Sonic, and then Sonic 2 is an actual Sonic movie. I guess that's the best way to put it. And Robotnik is Robotnik. So
Sonic 2 had literal levels pulled out of the fucking game.
Well, I know Sonic 1 he was in San Francisco, and that's just
it's a solid movie
it's a solid movie, but
it's a very safe movie.
But Sonic 2 literally had the final act had all that, and then
the giant Robotnik mech suit. I mean,
and then when I think it was in Sonic 2, right, where Sonic I remember where he hits something and then he looks at the camera and goes and I was like. Yeah. Whoa, that's pulled out right from the game. I started laughing my ass off. I was like, thank you.
And has to suck up a bubble to get his air back.
Did any of you guys watch the Knuckles show?
Yes. I did. It's the Wade show. It's not really the Knuckles show. but I enjoyed it for what it was. I just think it was weirdly advertised and should have just been more.
I think
Wade and Knuckles would have been a more accurate title.
This is also like purely just on a structural level, but I think 2 handled the Chaos Emerald better than 3, because 3 they were just like, oh yeah, we had to hide the Chaos Emerald in case we need it, but even then it's like a gamble. And then Sonic at the end of 3 was just like, hey, I need the Chaos Emerald. Knuckles was like, no, okay. And it's like, really, you could have been a little bit better with that personally. But even then, like, when I saw Shadow at the end of Sonic 2, I was like, oh, okay, in Sonic 3, we're getting White Shadow and Gold Sonic fighting each other and then teaming up. And then what the fuck happens in Sonic 3? White Shadow and Gold Sonic team up.
They don't have to do it by next movie, but what I would love to have happen would just to see them just go back to, I believe it's called Mobius, their world, and just have most of it take place
Green
on
Hill,
Mobius. Yeah, bring Robotnik in there and have him.
Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. That'll be cinema.
There's actually one line of dialogue that could possibly hint at a return for Dr. Robotnik in the 3rd film, because I think it's old Gerald Robotnik mentioning the idea of experimenting with cloning.
Okay. Well, there's also, so my friend was saying how, because I think in some of the Sonic games they deal with time travel, and you have the Metal Sonics that are built by Robotnik. So you could have a Metal Sonic go back in time, grab Robotnik right before everything blows up, and then bring him forward in time. They could do that. So
that works. Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting what they do, because I mean, we already know it's coming out in what, 2027?
27.
I will be there day fucking 1.
But it's just like going to be interesting. Is Jim Carrey going to come back? I mean, that's one of the main reasons why I'm watching it, because I'm like, it's like it's 90s Jim Carrey just fucking having fun, and just
he's got to come back. And like, I don't know, they kind of, some people thought that, oh, maybe Gerald Robotnik. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
When the post-credit scene kicked in for Sonic 3, I was like, oh, I wonder what they're going to do. And then they showed Metasonic and Amy. And I always get Amy and Cream mixed up, because it's just a name thing. I forget one's a rabbit and the other one's like a pink hedgehog. And I always just like get their names mixed up. But
sorry.
No, you go for it.
I'm back.
No, I was saying I'm so bad with Sonic lore, because I like Sonic as a character, but I used to get the, because there's different continuities, and there's the the cartoon continuity. I was like, oh, so when is Sally Acorn going to show up? And my friends were like, no, man, no.
When is Beth the Shrew going to show up? Or
yeah. So
I'm with you on that, because I don't know like fully the Sonic lore either. So like when it came to like Knuckles, Tails, Shadow, I was like, that's pretty much. And then I was like, but I knew there was like a female, like,
Amy.
Yeah. So then when she showed up, I was like, okay, cool. I was like, cool. My theater lit up. Like, there were people in my theater that were like, they started going, woo. They were like fucking, I was like, holy shit. Me and my dad were like, because my dad knows nothing about. He just watched the movies, and that's all he really knows about Sonic. I've only played like the games, like Sonic 1 through 3. I played those games.
Did you play Sonic and Knuckles as well, or no?
I didn't play Sonic and Knuckles. No.
Okay, I'm saying I've always heard that one was really good too, because they basically had to split 3 ends.
1 through 3 with me, and like then that's where I think Knuckles came after 3, or was he? In 3?
So Sonic 2 and Sonic, and again, I know this because my friends more so are video game fanatics. I am a basic gamer, but I just collect a lot of games and play as much as I can. But basically, Sonic 2 and Sonic CD was essentially one game that they split into 2, and then the same thing with Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. They split the game because they wanted to make as much, but they wanted to give to different people to maximize profit, and as far as I know, all those games were bangers pretty much. So that was like the golden age of Sonic pretty much.
And the movies pretty much like pick and pull. Like the first film is basically Sonic 1 with a little bit of Sonic 2.
Yeah.
Sonic 2 the movie is Sonic and Knuckles with a little bit of Sonic 2 and 3 rolled in, and then Sonic 3 the film takes place largely from Sonic Adventure 2 that predominantly has Shadow as the antagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, like I didn't have a Sega Genesis when I was a kid. It was kind of funny because we were a Nintendo family, but I would go to my cousin's house and he had the Sega Genesis, and so we'd play Sonic 2, we'd play Streets of Rage. I don't know if you guys, I love Streets of Rage, and I'm waiting for that movie to come out. I think they want to do a movie called Streets of Rage, but who knows? But it was just like Sega Genesis was like the hard PG-13 console. Yeah. Nintendo was always like the hey, family friendly, but Sega was like, hey, we got some things that are kind of more adult, like we'll get a little bit more edgier,
I just
funny. It's funny you mentioned that, like. Nice. Because the first console I ever owned was a Sega Genesis outside of a Game Boy, and the first game I ever played was Sonic the Hedgehog. I had Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic Spinball, and I had a few other Sega Genesis games. Those are the only two I played on it. But we also had a PlayStation, which it kind of falls in that same category of Sega. It's like way more PG-13 edgy than so Nintendo with their family-friendly stuff.
Sega was always ahead of the game because remember Game Gear? Remember Sega Game Gear? It was so much better than Game Boy because Game Boy was such a fucking shitty screen. Like if the sun hit it just right, you couldn't see it. Like it was just like the pixely, like it was no color. And Game Gear came out, but then of course you got Game Boy Color. They finally they fixed that, and then they had Game Boy Advanced. But it took a little bit because when Game Boy came out, I had a Game Boy. Again, we were a Nintendo family. But I had cousins who had Game Gear. I was like, this is so much better because it's a colored screen. It's like, what the hell? And it was just always crazy. And then Sega CD came out. I remember when I was in school and people in my class were like, oh yeah, I got Duke Nukem. You don't even know what the hell Duke Nukem is. I'm like, what's Duke Nukem? And it was like R-rated. It was like an R-rated fucking, game where it was like Sega CD was like push Sega always. And then I remember when Sega Dreamcast. Remember when Dreamcast came out? Yeah. And that was when everything got 3D. I remember one of my buddies had it in junior high. I think I was in junior high. We were like in 8th grade going into 9th grade. He got a Dreamcast, and then he got like NFL 2K or something like that. And we were playing, and like I just came over. I was like, holy shit, what the hell? This is insane. Look at the graphics on this. This is like, what are we doing here? And then of course PlayStation came out, and then of course Madden was like all the rage, and it was like, wow, look at these graphics. I mean, my God, the thing. And then Sega just died. It was just kind of weird. They were like the pioneers. They were always pushing the envelope, and then they just died when fucking Sony was like, hold our beer, we got this shit, guys. And then of course Microsoft came in. They totally obliterated Sega. Just
well, when the PlayStation 2, the Xbox, and the GameCube all hit the market, Sega was effectively like, okay, we're out. No more. We cannot compete with
even
these.
Even though they were like the first ones to get to like 128 bits and all this stuff like that. They were the first ones to get to certain spots. But as soon as all these other consoles came out, they were like, yep, we're done.
I've talked to my friends about this because I remembered Sega was always in the background. I mean, I was so out of the loop. I thought that Sega got bought out by Nintendo when I started seeing, Mario and Sonic games together. I was like, oh, I guess this Nintendo must have bought out Sega or something. I didn't realize they just stopped publishing consoles. But basically tech-wise, they were always kind of ahead of the game, but they didn't have like the games to kind of really go with it to help sell the
they didn't have a library. They had Sonic, but they didn't have a library. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing too. Sonic started to really fall off, and then you had even looking at just N64. I mean, you're talking about Super Mario 64, which is still one of the greatest games like ever made. And when Sonic went to 3D,
they had GoldenEye, they had Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Stadium, Legend of Zelda, both Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. There were a lot of Nintendo 64 games that just straight up revolutionized gaming in a way that had been kind of
that's the thing. It's like Sega didn't have the library. They had the innovation, but they didn't have the library. Nintendo had the library, so they were catching up, but then they just passed them up. And then of course PlayStation goes, well, we just bought up all this stuff, and we have all this shit, and we have these graphics, and it's gonna be like this. And then Microsoft came in, hey, we got the same thing, we got this library, and blah blah blah. And Sega was like, fuck, all we have is we had like R-rated content and Sonic.
I want to say by the time Xbox even showed up, Sega was pretty much already out there.
Oh yeah, it was done.
PlayStation also had the benefit of having Japanese role-playing games in their library.
Yep, Final Fantasy.
Bingo.
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy, Legend of Dragoon.
That's what helped it too. Yeah,
a lot of games, and then
RPGs.
And then Microsoft, their library really begins with the Xbox and Halo. Like that's
Halo.
They had Xbox Live. That was the thing that changed. Yeah. But Halo for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I just remember as a kid, I just like I always loved going to my cousin's house because he had a Genesis. It was like, and you saw that fucking every time you start up a game, Sega. You know, I was like, oh, this is
PlayStation's smart. They on PS5 you can now play the original PS1 opening of Sony Entertainment, and I'm just like, it's just nostalgia. Like to your ears, it's fantastic.
The latest update allows you to choose your interface between PlayStation 1 through 5, and I don't doubt Paul and I probably have the same one. It's PlayStation 1 for me.
Yep. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing. So, it's fucking amazing.
So PlayStation's funny with me because basically I did not have PlayStation for a while. I was N64 kid. That was my first actual console. I was aware of Super Nintendo and Sega and those, but a lot of my friends would have them. I didn't get a console until I was 10, and that was N64. But my neighbors had PlayStation, so I would go to their house to play Crash and Spyro most of the times, and even the Small Soldiers game, which Small Soldiers was everywhere when that movie came out.
Damn, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Funny enough, it's free on YouTube Premium, so I've been rewatching that movie for the first time in years. And
that movie is so great, man. Tommy Lee Jones as the main fucking small soldier, right? The dude.
Yeah, it's and Frank Laglia's Archer, and most of Spinal Tap is voicing the characters, the Dirty Dozen voices, the Commandos.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to revisit that movie. I haven't seen that movie in fucking decades.
Yeah, it's Gremlins with fucked up toys, but it's
100%. Little Toy Story involved.
Yeah, but it's not. I don't think of Toy Story. Like I found out later that was supposed to compete with Toy Story. I'm like, why did they think this would compete with Toy Story?
It's like if it would be like Toy Story if Andy actually knew that Buzz and Woody could talk.
Yeah, and they didn't give a fuck that humans knew they were alive.
Right? No, they did not. But no, that was a movie. That was a movie that should have come out in the 80s. It would have played better to an 80s audience.
100%, yeah.
Because when I saw it, I got pumped that whole summer. My mom wouldn't, because it was PG-13, so my mom wouldn't take me to see the movie. But I was watching like the Burger King commercials. I got all the Burger King toys. I got the action, and I hadn't even seen the movie yet. And then finally, I was able to rent it like the next year, and it scared. I mean, I wasn't like terrified, but it was dark. It was way darker than I thought it was going to be. And now, of course, as an adult, I love it. But like,
it was a little scary. It was different times. But all right, so Axel, what do we got here that you want to show?
All right, so this is a sneak peek of my motion comic. These backgrounds here are from Young Justice, and animation is very similar. Well, art style is very similar to Young Justice, Vox Machina, all that stuff. And it's like a minute or so long. There's no sound or anything, so.
So there's Dave. What you've been working on. Yeah, I know you've been kind of showing it off. No, it's good. Like the fact that, I mean, I know you said this has taken a long time to do, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you got to put in that work, man. And then, of course, voiceover will be, because it's essentially a motion comic.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good. Like what you're doing with the shots, with the camera movement and the movement of the characters. It's pretty cool. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll give you some of the like what you sent me. I'll record it tomorrow.
Yeah, no pressure.
Okay.
No rush. There's the Clue Master.
Mm-hmm.
And then
that's pretty cool, man.
Yes. And we got
you got to give it enough time. So basically, you're giving enough time for the dialogue, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. That's a cool shot right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Okay. How long did it take you to do like a minute worth?
Yeah, that was just like 1 minute. Where'd you guys go? You guys left.
I was looking, but I did have to look at my phone. I didn't want sorry. I didn't want to come across like I was indifferent. No, because I understand it's a motion comic, but I didn't want to look sorry. I didn't want to look bad on camera. I apologize.
I had to step and use the bathroom.
There you go.
Fair enough.
Okay. It's okay. But how long did that take you to do for that minute?
So I started drawing like at the beginning of January. I think it was like the 5th. And so I've just been doing it nonstop. And you know what's the worst part? I haven't even finished the script. So I'm like, fuck, I gotta finish that script.
That happens because like I'm trying to write out I was telling Dave I'm trying to work on some comic stuff and everything, and a lot of times you're just trying to formulate the story, and so you'll just write what you can and then you try to formulate around that basically, and then you know, so I get that. You gotta hit while the iron's hot in your brain and work with what you have, and then try to articulate as best you can around it and try to just make art's a fun, complicated, agonizing thing. So
almost a love-hate relationship. Almost.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, it takes time. It takes time.
It's just like the drawing, like the coloring is easy, but also the shading, the lighting. That's like the hardest thing. Is just getting that all right, and like sometimes it works on these other images I've done. Sometimes it doesn't. It's a bitch. I'll just say that.
Yeah, I mean, creating anything, again, it's why I give so much credit to people that, especially doing animation or doing like anything that's just not necessarily just holding it, even holding a camera to a degree, but like, anything beyond that.
I mean, my motion comic pretty much has the same budget as Invincible, I guess.
Okay. I haven't. So I'm so behind in Invincible. I haven't even finished season 2 yet. I've heard it's good.
Good, I know. I'm behind too. I watched season 1. I have not watched season 2 yet.
The animation is pretty much just drag the PNG.
Yeah,
that show can be unintentionally funny sometimes.
Yeah, someone was saying or like, I don't know, like, I mean, I loved X-Men 97, but someone was saying that if the character dialogue was as good as Invincible, but the animation was as good as X-Men 97, you'd have like the perfect superhero show, kind of like.
I really feel like rewatching X-Men 97. Like,
I should go. If I had Disney Plus right now, I would go through it again. I hope they release it on physical, because I do have, even though it's on Disney Plus as well, I have the physicals of the 90s X-Men show, so I would like to have it like as like a set. That'd be cool.
I'm not going to say anything about Invincible because I have nothing nice to say about Invincible.
That's fair. Everyone has their takes on everything. No, I personally like Robert Kirkman. I like the Invincible comic book series, so I'm into the show. I want to, go through it and hope that it finishes off and everything. But I think Kirkman, I like him in terms of what he's done just for independent comics in general. I think it was a good idea when he came over to Image. I think he helped turn that company around and stuff. And it's been good for everybody in terms of the independent field, because as much as I love DC and Marvel, I think that they dominate too much of the market. Not so much maybe now, but 10 years ago, definitely. So
for
sure.
But,
are you? I know it's not really news, but you guys saw that Diamond Distributors is like going bankrupt and everything, right?
No, I didn't see this.
I think so. Well, I'm pretty sure. Well, basically, what happened was they had a chokehold on the comic book distribution for a long time.
Right.
And I think I mean, it was kind of like untalked about, or it wasn't like frontline news, but it was mentioned. But DC pretty much pulled out of their contract. They went with somebody else, and then I think Marvel and Disney followed suit. And then once those two left, like Diamond pretty much crumbled. And they've just been humbling, and now it looks like the final nail is going in. And I'm kind of like glad, because because I started getting single issue comics, like buying it on the regular in 2011, and for years things would get delayed. I'd hear problems. Always Diamond sucks.
Yeah.
So I say it's the comeuppance of trying to be a monopoly, because for a while they were basically until they weren't.
Yeah. So, wow. No, this is news to me. I mean, the last time I heard Diamond, I was working at a comic book store, and late 21, early 2022. And, the same thing my manager at the time would say, oh, fuck, I fucking hate Diamond. I fucking hate Diamond.
Yep.
And I think it was right around then where maybe DC pulled out of the contract. I don't remember what exactly they did it, but I know they did it very, very recently.
Oh, yeah. And again, it could have been Marvel first and then DC. I feel like it was DC first. I could be getting my wires.
One of them has it through Penguin now, I think.
I think that's DC. I think it
is DC.
Yeah.
Yeah, Penguin published. Penguin distributor, right?
Yeah. And again, double check on me. I'm pretty sure they're going bankrupt. I could be wrong. There could be maybe they're merging or maybe they're doing, but I'm pretty sure they're going out of business.
Sucks to suck. Sucks to suck. You know what I mean? Like sucks to suck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's news to me. I had no idea. I'll have to look that up later.
Yeah, and I follow a lot of like comic forums and groups, so that stuff pops up pretty regularly of just things that are going on.
That's part of the reason why you're here.
Yeah.
I have no life, so
I never said that. Okay.
I'm putting words in your mouth, Phil. I know.
Hey, I think we all just we have our unique abilities when our unique knowledge, I should say.
That's fair.
Yes. Thank you, Dave. Yeah.
But that's what we do here at the Vodka stream. So and I think it's a good place to wrap it up right here. And this has been fun. Obviously, It was great to have Rebecca back to talk about some Supergirl stuff. And like I said, the next time she comes back on, I will have Woman of Tomorrow read. She sent it to me. She's great. She sent the book to me. She was like, gracious enough to do that.
It is the book for tomorrow.
Yes,
you can read it.
I know. I should probably do. I should really do that. Just like. But I get so distracted with I'm going to watch this. And then, of course, there's football playoffs tomorrow. So I'm like, fuck, I already know I'm going to be watching all that shit. And then when I do that, when I have that on, I start going, I got to edit something. So I'm just like one of those weirdos. But maybe in the morning, if I wake up early enough before it starts, I'll just get on the couch or even in bed or something like that, sipping some coffee. I'll just crack open the book, ignore social media. That's what I got to do. But anyways, guys, appreciate you guys. Of course, appreciate Rebecca, appreciate Chris, Austin, and am I forgetting anybody else? Andy. There you go. Andy also was showing up too. And but yeah, appreciate those guys for showing up. And let's go around the horn. King Phil, what do you got?
Well, thanks again for the invite. I really appreciate it. We always shoot the shit whenever we can on the week. I'm doing my stuff on my YouTube channel. Just search Unfiltered. I do my Friday Phil show every Friday. I'm on the Council Creators every Wednesday with Chainsaw Reacts for the most part. I also have a Batman podcast, The Eternal Night. I write stuff on Multiverse of Color. I will be covering Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Just finished our Skeleton Crew review, so that was a lot of fun. I feel like, am I forgetting something? I feel like I might be forgetting something. And of course, I'm also here every Friday, graciously, to the amazing co-host next to me, host of the show, not co-host, but you guys get what I'm getting at. He's the host of the fucking show. Yeah,
I got you, bud.
There we go.
Gotcha, bud. All right, Paul, what do you got? Anything? Nope. But you're working on some things, you're good.
Yeah, I'm mostly just writing these days, but I'll share with you guys after the show and stuff like that. But again, it's not really like if I have something to share, I'll let you guys know. Obviously, but no, just mostly just been working on some stuff. I'm going to be traveling soon. Probably going to Washington D.C. at the end of the month, and maybe nice. Portugal next month. I'll let you guys know because I'll either be doing it from my phone or I won't be coming in that week or whatever. If you still keep inviting me, I don't know. That's up to you, Dave. But no, really, I appreciate you always having me on. It's always fun just talking to you guys and just shooting the shit about movies and comics and all that jazz. And you guys know where to find me. But I'm at PMickey1988 on Instagram and Blue Sky, and at Paul Panhook on Vero. So yeah,
there you go. All right, Axel.
Well, again, thank you for having me on, Dave. It was really fun to be on. I know I was a bit quiet at the beginning because I was drawing and stuff, but it was good to be back on. And you can find me at on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube via Droga52. We might be doing our late review of Sonic 3 and Paddington in Peru like together in just one stream. So like I don't know if we'll do that tomorrow or probably tomorrow or something. So yeah, and also I think I might I'm doing a motion comic, guys. So yeah. No,
dude, keep working on it, man. Just keep on grinding. Keep on grinding. Make it good. I think what you've shown already, man, is promising. So all right, so just keep on grinding. I know it's not easy, but keep on grinding.
It's not easy. But it makes me busy.
Yes,
keeps me busy.
So,
yeah.
There's nothing wrong with keeping busy. But thank you guys, and thank you for everybody who's watching. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to all the stuff, whatever, follow, everything like that, and we will talk to you guys later.